of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count. And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is a Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Spring, and today is day number 2 of knockout stage, a final fight before we proceed to the grand finals. 18 teams has come in with hope, but only top 12 will be proceeding into the next stage. I am Neptune Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Musashi AJ, and we are pleased to give you the final day of knockout stage.
You gotta say that line again. It's so much of hype. 18 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Still a little bit of hope. 6 teams will be gotten rid of by the end of the day. And usually I'm very sad about it. But today, on this second day of the knockout stage, Neptune, I'm actually very excited about it. Because then we get exactly what we have been waiting for, to see the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme squads of FFWS USA battle it out. But it's not today just yet. That's going to be tomorrow. That's the grand finals. Only 12 teams can get there. And this is what they're fighting for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's see what they are going to churn out of the cream right here, as we are talking about $30,000 in total prize pool, and the champion will be grabbing $10,000 plus a ticket to the Esports World Cup.
I mean, 10K USD, good money. EWC tickets, oh man, I will not pass that up at all, right? I mean, this is the opportunity not just to really solidify your career as a esports player in the world of Free Fire, but to also go out there and have a chance at making history, right? And if USA of all of the regions gets to do it, then I don't know how much more beautiful it'll get, because it paints a very beautiful story that anything is possible, Neptune, right? From not having many seasons where we did not have these tournaments in the USA, and when with the comeback, we saw some teams season after season dominate us, but this season is that one that we haven't been able to just find one good squad, right? Because there's just way too many, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot in there hanging on the top, like chasing for that number 1 spot. But let's see, with one day to go on the knockout stage, let's see if this is where we, as you call it, get the cream of the crop, or kick out those who will be creamed in this fight. 18th of April right now, final day of knockout stage, and tomorrow with their grand finals.
Absolutely, man. I mean, some teams are down here at the bottom, and it seems like they might not make it based on yesterday's day of play. Fisher Tiger showed up like how they showed up on day 1 of our group stage. Now, I had many complaints about this squad, but on day 2 of the group stage, they made their superior comeback, and from then on, it was better game after better game after better game until yesterday. And I think the boys just got a little bit nervous, and that's absolutely fine. And that's exactly why we've got 2 days of the knockout stage. We were merciful. We've given them 2 days, 4 more opportunities, and I'm expecting today to be like that, not just for them, but for the teams in the bottom 6. But if that's what we expect from them, maybe the teams in the current top 12 might just slip up after they got confident yesterday. Let's take a look at who those squads may be, because the bottom 6 logos that have been grayed out, as you can see, there have been already eliminated from the group stage now.
Yeah, we have 5 in here returnees coming from FFUSC Winter, which is Fuego, ZZT Arrow, INV Esports, Mia Corporation, as well as Vipex. And we've seen how well they played, some of which I think they're still missing a few factors that would solidify their reign there and probably a chance to be the champion. But I'm pretty sure at this knockout stage, day number 2, they are going to bring it all out. And that makes it more difficult for the bottom 6 that we currently have. And it's very, very difficult to see as well on how or what else they have to do right now to be able to catch up to those top teams.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and I am very grateful to see that the teams that made it from the previous season is not the only ones, or are not the only ones who are dominating at the top, right? You've got some newcomers who are absolutely tearing it apart, and with the consistency, and not just in the group stage, because in the group stage we saw them kind of have some hiccups, right? We're talking about teams like Flash Gaming, teams like O1 Esports, but yesterday I think the consistency was very impressive, even doing better than GCT Arrow. We want to see teams like Celtic Gaming, players like Hugo, on whether or not they can keep up their momentum today as well. Because yes, there is the ego fight at the top where they're looking to see who can dominate this knockout stage. But there's also a fight for those who are towards the bottom of this top 12 teams who might just be at risk of relegation if the teams that we have asked to wake up do open their eyes, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they might open their eyes, but only one. And that's difficult right there because, yes, you need one eye to snipe, but we are looking for an eye-opening game right here. Let's introduce the teams right now from each individual groups. As we started off with Group A, GCT Arrow did mention it's not a good showing from them as in comparison to O1 Esports that we've seen from Group C, but I'm really loving that they're still part of the top 6. We also have Blue Cheese, who I would say is really confident when they were when they changed their name to Blue Cheese, because they are not stinking at all. They are putting up the stink against their opponent. But you did mention about Celtic Gaming and Hugo.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not just them to catch up against the other teams, but also the rest of the squad can catch up to Hugo himself.
Yeah, unlike the group stage, we don't have 18 games, right? We have only 8 matches to play, so you can't really slip up too many times. Teams like Blue Cheese, I think they have slipped a couple of times more than they can afford to slip here in the knockout stage. Whatever mistakes made in the group stage have to be learned from. If you repeat it, you potentially might just put yourself at risk of relegation. You're looking at teams like Celtic, who have performed very consistently in the group stage and the knockout stage, and teams like Blue Cheese, I think they are around the exact same place, right? Because in the knockout stage, currently they're in the 11th spot. In the group stage, they scrape through in the 12th spot. Of course, or the top 18 makes it through. But if you were analyzing where they stood on the top 12, they don't look like they're in a great spot. So they're definitely a squad that needs to hustle out there. Fisher Tiger needs to turn their fate around today with the remaining 4 matches. But let's check out Group B as well, because this is not the only teams that we are messing around with out here on the battlefield. 90 Spaghetti Esports yesterday was a really good day where we saw them mess around with some of the other squads, but you couldn't really see it on the results table. The overall leaderboard had them towards the bottom 6, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, placement, they are doing quite well. Elimination, that is where they are missing a lot. So let's see if they'll be able to build it up right now. Wireless is another team that, well, it's a good thing that they were able to make it into the knockout stage, just hanging in there together with Fisher Tiger from Group A. But that's not enough, especially in this stage of the competition. Flash Gaming is one of the teams that we might see a few more of those potential winning games, because I was quite surprised on the turnaround that they have done. They got 1 booyah and also getting a few, or rather 1 booyah from the knockout stage, and they're getting away even better than GCT Arrow, Mia Corp, and those teams we know for a fact from the group stage has been rocking it hard with elimination. So let's see if this is where they go with a flashy entrance and leave with the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think I've been very impressed with what Flash brought to the table yesterday. Very consistent with the placements, very consistent with the eliminations. One of the strongest teams from yesterday. Of course, you can't compare them to Gaviota and Vipex, but they definitely performed as well or even better than Celtic Gaming. And that's a big one for Flash, right? You've got Meerkorp, you've got Vipex, you've got Monterey completing this Group B. Just because we haven't really extensively touched on them doesn't mean that they have not been impressive yesterday. I feel like Monterey could do a little bit better, Neptune, because they're definitely better than 90 Picket Esports when it comes to the eliminations. But placement points is where they definitely do struggle a little bit. Not worse than 90 Picket Esports, but they could definitely do a little bit better. So I'm looking forward to that for them today. Let's check out Group C here, the final group of players that we're going to be going through. O1 Esports, again, a very impressive showing yesterday, but no Booyahs. I'm not going to be worried too much because currently they sit in the 5th spot. You've got Goat Esports currently dwelling in the bottom 6. And this is what I'm worried about. Red Eagle, because they were kind of like tethering somewhere around the danger zone for our group stage, and they're doing the exact same thing here at the end of our knockout stage as well. Red Eagles currently sitting below Blue Cheese on the 12th spot now.
And that's one thing, though. I mean, Red Eagles working so much on elimination, not on placement. It's survivability that they need to work on right now. Yes, in the first engagement, they are taking down or wiping out one squad. But once the recovery is where they are delayed, and once the introduction of a third party happens, that's when they will be going back to the lobby. So they need to work on that, an exit strategy every time so that they will be able to survive. 5-star, though, is quite impressive, despite of not being that high. But we've seen how well they position themselves, especially in the final moments of yesterday's game. So hopefully they can bring it forward a little bit early. And the groupings that we have right now doesn't favor specific groups, because especially if you are the one starting it off and only playing the first 4 games, then you might lose that opportunity towards the tail end, and that's where Group A and B would be looking into onto map 5 and 6. So I'm really looking forward to those groups, especially in Group C, to work well early into this game. Like Fuego, they didn't show up that much, but I'm not surprised because they are the silent eliminators of this lobby.
Yeah, man. I mean, Fuego, they'll creep up on you in the blink of an eye. I'm not too worried about them at all. No Booyahs yesterday, but I am expecting a couple today out of Fuego. And I'm very sure player will lead them to it. Tiki, great on the front line, but more on the individual players in a little bit. Let's check out the map schedule for the day as well. We've got a total of 6 maps in total later on to play, Neptune. Bermuda Nextera for game 1 and 2. Bermuda Purgatory for games 3 and 4. Kalahari and Solara for games 5 and 6. But just like yesterday, Neptune, is all going to be different combinations of groups every 2 matches.
Yeah, exactly. And we might be seeing only one Solara for today, but yesterday we've seen a couple, and it was phenomenal for some of the teams, I would say. But I'm really looking forward to performance, especially in OG maps like Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory. Nextera is something that has been, topsy-turvy for some of the teams. They are getting good position, especially on the high ground towers, and that's where they will need those snipers that is in meta right now in the current update. So I'm really looking forward to those changes being applied in the final day of knockout stage. But let's see though, will they be getting that Booyah? Will they be getting elimination? That's what they need to rely on this day number 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little confused with you, Neptune, because you say topsy-turvy, I say whippy. It's fun because Nextera gives us the most numbers of eliminations out there. So yeah, I totally agree with you, man. Topsy-turvy because you do not know exactly when you're going to be, ambushed, who's going to be picking on you. Lots of revives on Nextera as well, as much as we do see those engagements. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that chaos. I'm looking forward to a little bit of that topsy-turvy energy here today on the final day of our knockout stage, baby.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, so far we're going to introduce again our point system we're in. It hasn't changed that much. It is, if you get that Booyah, you get 12 points. It goes down by 4 if you get that second place, and by 1 up until the 10th place. And if you get 11 and 12 in placement, you will get nada. So hopefully you stack up on elimination points, and that's what most of the teams have been doing right now.
Yeah, man. And, as you can see, there are very limited placement points here. So the Booyah becomes very elusive. The Booyah becomes very important, and not many squads get to achieve it. And those who do get to achieve it do not have a great consistency in terms of achieving it. Long gone are the days of T-Rex. Long gone are the days of Zeus Esports, where we just used to see matches that slap back to back to back. Yeah. Dream on. USA has grown, man. And it's amazing, Neptune, just in 3 seasons, because this is a really rare occurrence. You got to love the hustle out of the squads in here. So let's bring on more. I cannot wait to get these matches on the way here, my friend.
Yeah, let's take a look right now on the standings where everyone has put the effort on date number 1. And looking at it, well, those in the 13 to the 18 would be, I would say if this is a final few games, they will be in trouble. But I think the points that they have right now is still achievable. Even Fisher Tiger needs 24 to be able to catch up to Red Eagles. And Red Eagles is, from what we've seen yesterday, is not that tough. But I'm guessing, based on analysis right now on the numbers that they have put up, 75 is a target, or 75, a little bit above, is a target for most of the teams. And most of them have already reached it, if not the first 2, the top 2, has already achieved it. Celtic Gaming is quite near, so they would be in a safe spot. Those at the bottom, those in the second half, that needs to hustle right now to catch up to the points.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I understand exactly what you say. Most of them have kind of achieved it, right? Because if you look at up down to teams like Fuego, INV Esports, for them to complete a 30-pointer run within the next 4 games, not a very big task for them at all. I think they're going to be able to hit that very easily. Teams like 5 Stars, Blue Cheese, Red Eagle, on the other hand, we see a certain lack of consistency coming out from the squads. And, that's the problem here, because it's not like they can't get the job done. The teams below them are also teams that sometimes get the job done, right? So if they're going to be taking any of those 4 opportunities today to get the job done here for themselves, we're going to see a huge shift coming through on the second half of our leaderboard here. The bottom 6 is where a lot of the attention is going to be. They're going to get a lot of heat from the casters today, because this is the heat zone. This is the relegation zone. You get burnt away if you do not complete the run. And like Neptune said, sit somewhere above the 75-point range. But, if we know the USA well, man, I mean, I think these teams are capable of pushing that minimum to 80, because I expect a lot of hustle out here today, Neptune. Can't wait to see the lineups, because there's so much to talk about. These individual players who have really been making the competition so far. I'm so excited that it's not just one team that gets all of the hype this time around, right? Individual teams, individual players, everyone is so impressive this time around.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing that you mentioned 80 as well, because looking at the rules, especially in grand finals, we are looking at a target of 80 to be able to get that condition for the champion rush. So if they can get that in, like in 4 games that they have right now, then definitely it might be the result, like a preview of what we're going to witness for tomorrow. Because minimum is, I would say, 4 or 5 games, they might be able to end it. We might not even reach the allotted maps that we have, which is 8. So I would love to see that happen.
I want the maximum number of games, that's for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, I think production is trying to troll me, because I've been so excited to start off the second day. But we have to take a quick short break, sort out some of these players, and get right back to you in a little bit.
scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count! And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Free Fire World Series USA Spring 2026. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustache. Down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are so sorry for keeping you guys waiting, but we are about to kick off game number 1 in a little bit. We've sorted out the lobby. Apparently, Neptune joined the lobby as well, and we can't start the game with a shoutcaster inside. That I don't know, man. We have to sort that out, Neptune. I mean, stop jumping into the lobbies, all right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so excited that instead of spectating on it, I just jumped in as a team, and that messed everything up. But jokes aside, Bermuda right now, I mean, this is where teams did get a lot of points, but considering how many maps they have played, this is the most number of maps that has been played from the group stages up until the knockout stage. So I'm really looking forward to over familiarity of the teams right now, especially with the drops, because they would know where they will be dropping their opponents that they need to get away from.
Yeah, I mean, they've played this match, this map 13 times already thus far in the competition. The most played map, Neptune. So they definitely should have the information. INV, for example, you know, steering clear from all of the other squads. Early drop alongside Team Flash as well at Riverside and Keratin. And this is exactly what we expected to see from day one. But of course, we welcomed that chaos either way. Ready Eagles going in for a big challenge up against Vipex. This is not going to be an easy one for them at peak. And we also see a couple of squads just by the horizon here. O1 Esports might drop by to try to save themselves using that vending machine.
Now, let's see, though. I mean, in rank, yes, this is viable to drop in peak, but in a competition just like this, if you're going against Vipex, you might be the first squad. Will we say goodbye? But not for Wasan, but quick pick up and 3 on the sleigh. That's what I'm talking about Vipex. They know how to prioritize, and they know how to gang up against the opponent. And you can see Lopez right now just try and hold off the rest of the squad. So this is pure communication and coordination from Vipex.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, great play this time around. Hayate managing to take Lopez out of the equation. And right before that, Hayate also got a revival for his team. So obviously, the Red Eagles still hanging on. Great encounter with Vipex, and all of them surviving to tell the tale, having enough points to buy each other back in such a tense situation. The squad just basically repositioned somewhere else on the map. But O1 Esports up against 5 stars. Not looking good so far for Des. No glue wall in hand, but he's got a cord, and it will do.
Yeah, I mean, I experienced this firsthand using cord up close and personal, like a shotgun or what SMG, and it works best. The accuracy was on point.
Wow.
And O1 Esports right now, despite having one to hold back the rest of 5 stars, everyone will be in play, and wow, we'll finish him off none other than with a Mac 10. So they have their teammates back in play. They have 4 elimination, and they couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, I mean, they want 5. They want 5 stars. They want the 4th guy from 5 stars to make 5 eliminations here. A great combination of positioning supremacy by O1 Esports. You know, some of those players were a little bit too far away. Repositioning with the vehicle, sending one towards the vending machine, one holding back just to cut the flank off of that final player from the side of 5 stars in that compound. But thankfully, one still remains to bring the whole squad back. Wireless Esports, on the other hand, here at Mars Electric, bumping into some trouble. Mia right behind them. 90 Piketty Esports right in front. 90 Piketty is just the bait. Here comes Mia to pick up the pieces. Nix with a headshot opener straight up, putting Wireless on notice.
J. Cole right now, and that valiant dash breaks through true glue wall. Side Turner doesn't save them, or doesn't save Nyx, but here comes the rest of the squad of Mia and Kappa just breaking down the glue wall with a Trogon. Unable to recover would be J. Cole, and he will be on the ground, but that gave time for the rest of YLS to pull back from this engagement, and you did mention that 9 Piketty was just the bait in there, and it's just surprising that they didn't spot out Mia coming in on the right side.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they were all just a little too entertained by what was going on in front of them, not checking out what's behind them. Biblico getting tagged up by that cryo mine and being forced out of that defense because he wanted to use those glue walls and punished instantly with the mag. Beautiful YLS play so far, but Mia not too far away to complete this. They're going to allow a revival to come through here, and Kappa just brings back 2 players, easy peasy, not even having to challenge Almir for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really, I guess they are surprised on how YLS is fighting back. They did manage to take down 2 of their players, so they're not engaging. Mia is not engaging that much. That gives opportunity for YLS to pull back, get all those information, who's dropping in and where they are dropping as well. Gives off information to Kenny, but also Fuego spotting that from afar. So I guess in the low ground, YLS might be in trouble.
Yeah, bye Almir, because this man is just caught between 2 players of Mia, 3 players of Fuego. Almir has to go down here, but then that will also paint a battle between Fuego and Mia. Player takes Kenny out of the equation, and that puts forth the open invitation. Mia with a shot from afar. Kappa with the knock. Almir taken out, and it looks like Mia not going in for the full-on engagement just yet until Biblico repositions here.
Yeah, Tiki right now tagged up. And Biblico's taking so much time! Not enough time, especially with player in there with a VSK. Biblico, well, he's not going in for the backup. He's going for the retreat. The question, though, would be where will they be heading? And Fuego came from Sentosa to be able to reach this part.
Come on.
I'm quite sure if they'll be able to fight back that easily, or
GG.
Based on what's happening, it seems like trade after trade, and there's a limited chance for a revive.
Okay, Biblico versus player. Player low on HP here. VSK in hand. Biblico in a little bit of trouble. The rest of the BR squad right in front. Nick's trying to reposition as well. Trying to cut off the rotation here from player. Making sure he can't get anyway. VSK, Biblico, can he get away? And the jump pad in the air. 69 HP. Player still got it. Mia right behind him. And then one final shot puts an end to Fuego.
Fuego has been snuffed out, a team that we didn't expect, and I guess they're still carrying some other curse that they had from yesterday. The same goes for 01 Esports, that we didn't see that much on how they got eliminated, but they did have 4 elimination already. So tough luck for these 2 teams. Some other teams might be taking their spot on the leaderboard, but this is only game number 1.
Yeah, Biblico almost messed that up, man. I don't know what he was doing with his moss. First, he wants to run away. Then he wants to turn around. Because if he had just focused on repositioning, taking that position to just backstab the squad of Fuego, that would have ended so much cleaner. I don't think we would have seen a phenomenal solo play out of player. But just those few seconds could change the fate of a squad. But Biblico is quite lucky, because if player had gotten the knock on Biblico at that point of time, I think the escape route would have been a little bit different for player, and we could still have the squad alive and kicking. But that's how the cookie crumbles here at Fuego. Big squad out early on our final day of the knockout stage now.
Yeah, I guess that's how the Fuego crumbled at that point. But if player did make that shot up close and personal with VSK against Biblico, I do agree with you. It could have turned differently because they have more advantage. A recovered player is a deadly player. So that's the things that teams are taking advantage of. Thus, they keep targeting that sniper from the squad. But YLS right now, after a grueling escape, they are now full squad, edge of the circle, but they still have a few eagles that they need to shut down before they go into the next phase.
More like Fuego fizzled, you know. Fire can't crumble.
Snuffed out.
Yeah, Fuego got snuffed. Already Eagles. 2 players down on the ground already. J. Cole cooking up that nade, trying to see if I can find the tag onto Zelex. That's not going to find him at all, but it does prevent him from stepping up and getting that pickup. And Crazy finishes him off as well. Red Eagles One final survivor just hanging on for his dear life. The question is, does he have enough money? On the other side of the map, the players on the side are INV getting struck down one after the other. Vipax, one more shots left. And Strix gets away with a sliver of health, but it looks like he's not going to... Okay, just a little bit of confusion. Who uses the jump pad first? My apologies. But INV, I don't know if they can get away from this one.
I mean, it cost us a little time, and from the horizon, we saw Super Med being used by Strix, and he might be in view by Leon, but Morse triggered.
Oh, nicely.
Hide out of the Coco tree, and he gets taken down by Urix on the other side.
Just under not the cocoa tree. I don't know. 11 eliminations, INV. Dude, what are we doing? Big squads getting eliminated early. We were thinking that the teams who are struggling might be, in our crosshairs in terms of underperforming today. But it's one of those teams, or a couple of those teams who are already fairly good in the competition. We're talking about Fuego, INV Esports in the 9th and the 8th spot, being eliminated from the equation. Or even O1 Esports as well. These are teams that are comfortable in the top 12. This is going to shake up the leaderboard quite a little bit, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that we don't expect, but I guess it's some teams have that leeway to be able to give up a few of those fights, especially in Bermuda. And also, like, familiarity of the teams right here in this specific map, they give them a little bit of advantage even against the top dogs. But Vipex is still on their roll to be able to increase the number of elimination they have on Clock Tower before the next phase shows up. So hopefully they clean up Clock Tower, head into Factory, and probably meet up with Mia Corp, and hopefully Mia Corp is ready to deal with them.
Man, Pochinock's about to be turned into a graveyard here, looking at the number of teams gathering for a little reunion nobody called for. 5 stars sneaking into the circle, leaving Flash to deal with YLS, and it looks like Flash about to do exactly that. Crazy spotted out. I don't, oh my god, looking at what Jens pulled there, he did not know YLS was there. He was running out in the open. I expected him to spot the player and instantly pull out that M24, but Jens was like, nope, that's not the right way to go. They all retreat. Great repositioning coming through from Flash to stay alive.
Yeah, that's one thing, though. The Moore's active skill has been a panic button in most instances. And we saw that. We saw him vanish in front of our eyes. But let's see, though, if that trick would work. A little bit of cooldown might happen. But you know how it is with Crazy. The Quackman returns, and let's see if he can quack it out in this fight as they head against 5 stars on that area.
Ooh, Red Eagle tickling the player of Flash to make sure they back away, but they've got a vending machine at Pochinock, so the Flash player about to be brought back in a flash. 5 stars up against YLS on the other hand. Seems to be a little bit of a standoff until the circle gets involved in this equation. Armir just forcing the players back with the cryo mine. Sorted out. Yes, the tag is there, but they're not going to be too mindful of that, mainly because they already know exactly where the players were in the first place. But of course, YLS with the flank around that right-hand side perhaps increases their potential to survive, because there is another compound right beside the 5 stars players that they can take over.
Ooh, let's see. And Kenny has been waiting for the shot since earlier when they were in the balcony. Mejia was one of the target, and the shot's a little bit too late. A millisecond too late, and the pressure is being felt by the rest of the squad, but it's a good thing that they are in a safe spot right now, a little bit healed up with the UAV and a few of those glue walls. But will they be able to rotate in time to be able to get into next phase? A little bit of trouble in here, but the goats going against Red Eagles again. Animal Planet, as we see it, Red Eagles still winning that fight.
Animal Planet indeed. Sometimes the Eagles do win against the Goats. And now, a fish out of the sea. Team Flash appeared. Crazy taken down, but instant pickup. Clearly the Thiva on hand. And it looks like 5 stars just made the wrong move here. Fabian's going to get caught out. Backstab time. Kenny giving him 1 extra second before that CQC with the Kar 98. Overkill, but it works.
It did work, and I'm loving the tactics right there. Not loving the aggression coming from 5-star. They were aiming at YLS for most instances in that engagement, in that rotation. But the moment patience doesn't work for you, then that is what happened. But speaking of patience, the patience of Red Eagle has been snuffed out as well as Flash, who have been introduced in this battle between Goats and Red Eagles, is the one with the full squad, can take advantage of the situation, probably take down Garcia. But on the other side, it's a 1v1 against Cosmo and Wason is just distracting him with all those footsteps.
Yeah, YLS currently in the bottom 6. Monterey currently in the bottom 6. 90 Piketty Esports currently in the bottom 6. Neptune all alive and kicking. Can they walk away with the booyah? Will Wipex allow that to happen? One of the most vicious teams out there in this lobby. 2 booyahs to their name, but unfortunately, they are all sharing a glue wall. Oops, Cosmo just lost his. But Uric's not going to be able to get to him just yet. Cosmo still not spotted out. Vipex, glue melters laid out first, but not wanting to give up their position, and Mia takes advantage of a stray player. Extra point for Mia.
Extra point for Mia indeed, and Vipex is in trouble island because they are only left with 2 players, and there's a lot of contenders right here. That is a full squad. YLS is one, Mia is one, Flash and 90 Piketty. Team that has been saved earlier by Mia as well as Fuego is now in the final circle. Love a binocular action to spot out the opponent, and let's see if they'll be able to boost themselves up to get a view of where the opponents are for the side of Vipex.
Okay, great scan here by YLS, spotting the players on the side of Flash. Flash did manage to scan out the area right opposite of them, identifying 5 players within that binocular scan, forcing them to take a open ground stance, but that clearly was not the right idea because another binoculars was not used to scan out the YLS squad, and they are taking 3 shots at them, avoiding YLS. They put themselves in the crosshairs of Mia, of Wipex. This is not looking good for Flash.
Let's see, Flash will be able to survive this encounter as Vipex right now with 14 elimination, tagged up with that cryo mine, and Mia is in a good spot as well to get all the information in there, especially with that one player on the high ground. But Monster Truck, they might be able to go for the flank, a little bit of boost to help them speed up, and they might be able to take down Flash, but no, they're just going for cover. Time Turner in the perfect timing.
Oh, what a play by Vipex. That's master level reposition with the monster truck. Almost messed it up outside the circle, but thank heavens the boost was there. And now Mars saving the skin of YLS through Kenny. Kenny X17, 3 eliminations in hand, and the Mars helping him get to the very edge of this next circle here. But Mia will spot him. Kenny, up close and personal, could not do much magic with the Car 98, and Mia gets 1 extra point, but at the risk of being annihilated by Flash and Kevin now with the Winchester and the grenade launcher, taking out the players of Mia one after the other.
Well, let's see though. Mia right now, Biblico is in a good spot, but the shift might turn things around for them. 90 Piketty with 5 elimination already. It's a good thing that they're not ending this with only 1, similar to what we witnessed them take the Booyah with only 1 elimination from the previous day. So 5 is good if they can get in good position as well to take down probably a couple of Vipex, then that would lead them to a Booyah by the end of this match. But Wason, a little bit too tough with that Time Turner together with a glue wall, and Biblico is still missing in action, not spotted, and Vipex has been eliminated. Now it's up to 90 Piketty to take down Flash Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a potential that 90 Piketty picks up a total of 9 eliminations and the Booyah, but they have to personally eliminate Flash as well as Mia. Every single player, every single elimination point needs to go the way of 90 Piketty for them to have a major boost from the bottom 6 into the top 12. Can they get it done though? Joshua keeping an eye on the 90 Piketty players, just making sure that Nade is cooked up well. Sammy King will be tagged up by that Joshua shot. The VSK, the perfect weapon, yeah, it's gone as well. My God, so much of attempts here by Mia, all coming to fruition. Biblico finally taken down by the circle, leaving Joshua all alone, but still in a position to punish 90 Piketty.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the shrink of the circle that Josh Ver will be taking advantage of. But the moment he jumps, not only will his ankle be broken, but probably the hopes of getting a few more points. And let's see who's going to win. Stewart right now shows up, and that shot give out his information or his position. So 90 Piketty would be on their toes.
Yeah, 90 Piketty is just purely focusing on survival here, and I don't blame them, man. I mean, they want to slice off that prize pool. Just surviving to get into the top 12. I will take it, says 90 Piketty. But you need those elimination points to make your journey a little easier. You're not the only one fighting for the top 12. 5 eliminations already in hand. The potential 2 points still running around on the map for the circle to perhaps push them into a close encounter here, Neptune.
Oh, let's see. Close encounter is far-fetched, I would say, but Emmy King right now taking advantage of Stewart with a god nade onto Kevin and 90 Piketty. Let's see if they can bring it to 100 this time. It's up to who gets that team boost as well as plenty of meds to survive, because I don't think Josh Ver will be jumping in there for the fight against 3 unless he get a good visual of where they have as well as a good close range weapon in this fight.
Well, Joshua is not allowed to sacrifice himself to the blue. He has to reposition at some point.
Oh, no.
Look at this guy.
Don't do it.
Look at this guy. He just wants to use his medkit. If I damage myself, then I can. Okay, he still has a platform down here to play with. Great jump here from Joshua. And instead of jumping straight down to the platform, he gets the beam, negating the fall damage. Nice grenade. Smart play by Miakop down the bottom. Sorry, by 90 Piketty down the bottom. Miakop just hanging on. I mean, Joshua knows that he can't pull this off, right? He just needs to go in for the try.
That's one thing that he's doing right now. The timing to make sure that the stairs is not available to be able to for 90 Piketty to move up. But that cryo mine could have been deadly already. Here comes the jump on the second level, and he's still surviving, probably in the middle. Now let's see if he can go for a med strat right now. 7 on the meds, and I don't think that would work. It's 90 Piketty for Booyah.
I mean, 90 Piketty from the bottom 6 rising up to the top. Survival gameplay, getting the final elimination, not allowing the circle to do the job as well. Brilliantly executed by a squad that is struggling to stay inside the top 12. Yesterday was a tortured day for 90 Piketty, managing to only pick up 20 points from the 4 games that they played. That wasn't enough at all. Today, they get the average of those 5 points, but purely through eliminations and the bonus 12 placement points that the Booyah gives you. This is going to put them in a great position, Neptune. Not in the top 12 just yet, but definitely a big leap towards it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they need right now. The Booyah as well as a decent amount of points, and it brings them closer to their goal of, especially YLS, who's currently sitting on a 12th spot. But let's see, though, if that's one thing that they can pull off on the next match. Bermuda is something else, wherein Top Dogs has been eliminated early, so the threats are taken out for the final circle.
Yeah, man. I mean, so many of those big teams eliminated early, giving teams like 90 Piketty a lot of, chances to pull away some decent points towards their side, right? I think YLS did very well in terms of surviving many an encounter. Initially, it was between 90 Piketty, Mia, YLS, and they all later encountered each other as well, which really goes to say that these boys were definitely on the hustle today. But Mia getting the most out of this because, unlike 90 Piketty, YLS, they were just piling up those elimination numbers all the way to that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. I'm loving that they're also chasing out other opponents. And the position they're taking in all those engagement is very tactical. Although there's a few questions for Biblical as he used that Morse to either get in or out. He was a little bit confused, but once one of the players of Fuego has been taken down, then that's where they recover with back to their strategy. So I'm loving that, but the ending could have turned differently. If they did survive it longer, especially on that rooftop in Factory, then probably more numbers can take down 90 Piketty on that final moment.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I think 90 Piketty is just trying to play that a little too safe because we have seen them in a regular encounter and they usually are very good at pulling away some solid eliminations to their side. I think they stood a decent chance to get into any one of these engagements and walk away the victors, but they were just choosing to play it safe to guarantee themselves the points. And we were talking about average 12 points, Neptune. If them playing safe can get them somewhere around the range of 17, 18 points, then I say that's a really, really good game to get yourself a chance to play in our grand finals tomorrow.
Let's see, though. I'm really looking forward to how well they moved up in leaderboard right now, because United Piketty is one of those tactical teams. And we did mention that earlier, wherein he did get the potential booyah in one match, but they only get like one elimination. So it's really tough for teams to be able to recover, especially in game number 1 of the knockout stage. But, well, second day would be a day for surprises, similar to what we've seen here in Bermuda.
Yeah. And Joshua, of course, surviving with 14 eliminations in hand for the side of Mia and getting that second placement point. I mean, a little bit of an overkill. He just, down to the very end, did not want to allow the other surviving team to take that extra elimination point. So props to him. But the MVP is the one and only Biblico, who had questions as to where he should rotate to. Sometimes you do get a little disorientated, but thankfully he had the Morse on him, absolutely invisible, and by the time he arrived, he was that perfect distraction to take player out of the equation, forcing him to panic. 7 eliminations, 3 headshots, 1 assist with 4,060 on the damage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving that MediaCorp is putting this on their board right now with Biblico. And if it's not Biblico, it's some other else coming from Mia, if not Joshua. But it is just a great move coming from MediaCorp right now after missed opportunities from the group stages. Now in the knockout stage, they are all focused. But let's take a look at who's going against Biblico right now. And I won't be surprised if it is coming from Vipex. Now, this is a flex for the side of Biblico, because if I'm not mistaken, Biblico is the one who taken down Urix in the final encounter when they tried to rotate and find a spot in the middle of Factory.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Vipex, as usual, just so irritating, even on the day that they're not performing. They're such a threat, such a great threat. I mean, we saw that phenomenal reposition coming through with that monster truck. I mean, all of that great, big brain plays, right? Great shot colors on the side of Vipex this time around. Just not as many in terms of this head-to-head for Urix up against Biblico, but he did fairly well. 5 eliminations versus the 7, but great on the assist. Not too much on the damage and headshots. Biblico getting the goal this time round, but of course Vipex and Urix, they always have our hearts.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see though if this is something that they can carry on towards the end. These are 2 teams that is potentially clear to get into grand finals unless they slip up 5 instances for today. But let's see though if that's something that we are going to change. But things that hasn't changed is for us to show you the overall stats. But judging from some of the teams that got eliminated early, I don't think it would be that much. And elimination-wise, 71. There's a lot of slowdown in terms of engagement, especially on the tail end of that match.
Yeah, on average, we see about 81 eliminations on Bermuda. So 71 definitely a little bit below the average because of some very careful plays out there, as we have noticed. Only MediaCorp were the aggressors in this game, right? I mean, from the very start, up against Fuego, whoever it is, whenever they saw an opportunity there, they were going out to grab that opportunity. Most definitely because yesterday was not an amazing day for MediaCorp. They did average, they did okay to be in the top 12, but today they want to reach up to that number 1 spot. Let's check out the match standings here as well. I want to see exactly how well the United Piketty safe plays gets you the 3rd spot, even if you secure the booyah. And MediaCorp and Vipex proving that 23 and 21 points. I mean, Vipex didn't even need these points. They're still farming.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, they are farming, but who farmed a lot was our MVP, Biblico. That's half of the elimination that he gathered out of the entire elimination of the full squad. Wireless, though, great on elimination, great in survivability from what we witnessed earlier. So I guess they're in good run as well, especially in Bermuda. Flash is doing the same thing. And let's see on how that shift on the overall standings after that game number 1. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of movement. Wireless already on the 12th spot. Red Eagle moves above them on 11, but we're still seeing Blue Cheese is waiting for the opportunity. They have been pushed in the 14th spot. And, well, let's see if they will be able to recover once they get introduced in these groups.
And 90 Spaghetti Esports, they have made a jump now, currently sitting in the 15th place. But as you can see, from them to overtake even Fuego is now not a great big challenge anymore. They managed to take the fight up to Fuego. They sent Fuego running, player. Don't you want some revenge? They sent Fuego flying away, snuffing out players' chance. I think we're going to see a little bit of revenge play coming on through. But if they can do better, if they can even take Fuego out of the equation once again, then perhaps we have a good run for 90 Spaghetti Esports here today. Let's take a look at the schedule because the next map that we are expecting is Nextera, and it is still the bound between the two groups B and C. Neptune.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, this map specifically has seen a lot of engagement, a lot of elimination per se. And there's only a few instances in this, and this is, I would say, where we get most of the numbers, especially on that team stat. So I'm really loving those early engagement. That would be happening, especially in Intellect Center, but there's a few things that might change this time on day number 2 knockout stage, but I would love to see chaotic gameplay from this map.
You want to see chaotic? I just want to see a smooth day. And we are already into map number 2. It's Nextera, baby. And you are absolutely right, Neptune. If we look at the averages that we have across the maps played in the FFWS USA so far, Nextera has got the highest average eliminations per map, right? Of course, Bermuda is right there behind it alongside Kalahari with 82 average eliminations. Nextera usually gives us a 91, and that's what I want to see out of this lobby. I don't want to see those safe plays anymore.
Yeah, let's see if they can get away from safe plays, if they can start it off, especially in this hot drop. But so far, the flight path is given for a team. Twin Bridge heading into Grand Labs right now. Early engagement that would be happening in Zipway. But now Fuego moves away. And they don't want to go in that fight. But the Booyah Takers, though, 90 Spaghetti is taken on YLS. But Sam V. King, one of the best player of the squad, is quite far from the rest. And that gives an opportunity for YLS to win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit too far away on that drop there, but it doesn't matter because it should be a easy little recovery for them to play with the vending machine right beside. 5 stars on the other hand, Roy Toke in a little bit of a tussle. Lavian taken out already. Mejia all alone as O1 Esports goes in for the hunt. Mejia just getting to the very top floor here, hoping to earn himself an opportunity for survival as the rest of the team members catch up with him. Almost caught that.
Almost got it. I mean, we caught it, but I guess he's focused on different things as well, especially not being taken down. But it's just unfortunate that 5-star doesn't have the stars anymore, the lucky stars to survive all those engagements. Mejia has been spotted. No boost happening, but shots on him as well, and a little bit of cryo-mine action to give an opportunity of more damage. But here comes a full squad of O1 just to make sure that they can eliminate 5-star early, and they did.
My God. Well, O1 Esports, that was a little bit of a down performance in the previous map. So this time, big step up. 4 points very early on for them. Red Eagles, on the other hand, bumping into INV, a squad that got eliminated early. So just like O1 Esports, they are looking for a furious comeback here. And Red Eagles better get the hell out of there because INV wants more points, Nep.
Yeah, they want more points, and I think they are going to get it. 3 already, 1 to go to complete a full squad. But Grab Labs gives them a more opportunity to loot up and probably get away from danger if in case someone has been introduced here. And they need to be careful as well because GOAT is not that far from them. And you can see as well in the horizon that they might be meeting up in a bit, especially with that hit list already on them. But Monterey right now, not despite of being scanned with the binoculars, they've spotted a couple of players, but they're not engaging yet.
Absolutely. Flash. They're wondering, where is this guy? Monterey, Kevin now spotted out. Zamas going in for the finisher. Can he get there? Valiant Dash. Sorry, the Rebel Rush, the Tatsuya being played this time round. Getting him a little bit closer, and Zamas with the M590 earns the squad another point. Monterey They're definitely in need of a few extra points. They are currently in the bottom 6, very specifically in the 16th spot, Neptune. And they need 7 points to catch up with the 12th spot. But of course, more than 7 if they want to stay in the top 12.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think they lost a little bit of their power when they changed to Monterrey from Power Rangers. So let's see if they can get it back. Vipex, though, has a lot of power to take down, probably cook some goats right here as they slowly move in. And Yurix right now is taking lead. Now, they haven't spotted the final player, which is, I think that is Garcia on the snipe. So if in case they will push Vipex out in the open, that's an opportunity that they can take.
I guess, go Monterrey, boys. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't have the same, kick.
Yeah, it doesn't have that oomph compared to Power Rangers.
Nah, it does. Vipex kind of backing away from some goats here, understanding that their aggressive ways have sometimes brought early demises, so they're going to keep their heads down a little bit. Wait, is this a double lightning zone? Why is it red and blue at the same time? Okay, goats called for the lightning zone. It's a good thing. And Vipex now still might want to take that fight.
Ooh.
Garcia taken out. INV bumping into Monterrey, making sure to prevent all of those revives. And on the hunt they go. INV Esports looking for elimination number 8. And Cosmo, unfortunately, is the next victim.
And the victim of an AC-80 indeed. Shots, but the cord on the other side. Little chance of surviving. And there goes a Monterrey. Well, they're not out of the woods just yet, but they are in trouble, especially on a revival in a bit. But as we see INV, 8 elimination already, I believe they are leading our pack right now in terms of elimination. So hopefully they continue, but that would depend on next phase of the circle as well as what rotation they will be taking. Because from what we witnessed earlier, when the map has been introduced, a lot of teams has been staying on the edge. So they don't want to be in the middle just yet on this big map.
Yeah, Monterrey with another revival there. But the goats, unfortunately, don't get to survive. Vipex spotted them earlier on board. Monterrey, you're talking about no power-up. They're like, we'll show you a power-up. This is a revival. We will see more Monterrey. A 3-way battle. Fuego, Vipex, as well as Wireless about to break down here, Neptune. Decker Square about to be heated.
Oh, let's see now. I mean, Fuego right now is in, it's being cooked, especially if Vipex would be stepping into that compound. Wason has been shot, and I think that's coming from Fuego. And great flank from Lopez right now with a vehicle, and haven't been spotted by players. And that's one best player out of that team of Fuego. And Vipex right now might be in trouble with Fuego putting up a firing squad against them.
Yeah, what are your frontliners without a backup sniper? Still aggressive. Fuego managing to push Vipex back with those shots, but they are all cornered. Wireless now, jump pad, repositioning, the player finding the Vipex players, but unfortunately Kenny was not expecting to find them in that situation. Lian picked right back up. Vipex 4-man strong, looking good to take on both Wireless.
Oh no.
As Flash now makes their way a little bit closer towards them.
There's a lot of trouble that's happening, that might be happening in that square. That's 5 teams, if I'm counting it right. And the shift in circle would force them to either engage quickly or move away faster than the zone can bring them. So let's see which decision they will be making right now. But Vipex is the one that looks like they're winning it. Wireless, Jago needs to recover that much, but Almir is already doing the deed to probably get back a couple of teammates, if not get the next phase of the zone. And there goes a revival onto Crazy and Kenny, giving them an opportunity on the next phase.
Absolutely. Fuego down by just 1 player now after the revival. But not too far away from getting the full squad back in a little bit. Of course, a few extra coins needed. Vipex, on the other hand, chilling outside the circle. They need to get in, but there's just too much heat around them. 01 Esports, Cryomine tossed on out first, just to put the boys in a little bit of a disarray. But there is one floor blocking out exactly where they stand. INV needs to travel quite a little bit. Valiant dash through the glue wall, spotting out 2 players, gets bumped down by Gotti. What a snipe off that 01 player.
Let's see if they can continue this. INV right now gets a little bit of cover, tries to survive. Gotti with a sliver of health, and Minor is already on the chase. The good thing that he has a huge boulder to work with to hide out, but a glue wall gives out his position. And Gotti might not got this, but Minor is being cautious. Morse has been triggered, but unfortunately, he will be tagged up, and there's a little to no chance of surviving this.
Nah, Minor M590 is a rough gun to deal with up close and personal, especially if you are a sniper. But you got to respect what Gotti did there. He slowed down INV. INV were going to chase the rest of his team members, but he got that knock. He got their attention. They went in for the revenge, and that led to the survival of the rest of the O1 Esports players. So that was a very impressive escape by O1. But how much longer can they do it? And of course, now they've got to bring Gotti back in as well.
Now let's see if they can bring Gotti in a safe spot, as we have almost full squad right here in comparison to what we've witnessed earlier because of all those engagement. But second and third phase of the circle, this is where most of the slowdown happens, especially as everyone is trying to get into each phase. Valiant dash by Emmy King, deadly and unforgiving. Even with a few HP remaining, he just cut it down with only 10. So I'm loving this movement coming from 90 Piketty. They're still continuing carrying over that momentum from that Booyah.
Yeah, and also he also had the, attachment, right? At the end of the day, when you are powered up by that Steffi, the electrotherapy just gets the job done. And even if you do get tagged, there's nothing much for you to worry about, all because of that insurance policy. Can't wait to see more of Ray, though. The reverse electrotherapy that has been torturing some players out there in these ranked matches. I know Neptune is torturing them. But I
just a little bit.
I don't see a lot of these pro players going in here for that Ray. But you, of course, pointed out something very, important as well. Not only does Ray have that line of connection, but it also reveals where your position is. So whoever who uses Ray needs to be really confident with their capability up front and personal.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one reason why I don't see it often, because I know it's a little bit broken because of how well you can spot out your opponent, and then it increases the chance of you for an instant knockdown if the opponent's HP reach 40 or below. But you need to be cautious of accurate player on the CQCs, and that's one thing that we see often in this tournament. So let's see if someone can pull it off. But INV right now, just great position, great timing, and the patience to work that.
A fuego lento on low heat. That's what Fuego is right now in the 10th spot, out with 4 eliminations. Fuego not really choosing to play in this way, but they're just forced, to not be the most furious squad out there. It doesn't mean that all the opportunities are lost. Fuego does have 2 more games to complete before we see the last of them. In the overall leaderboard, Fuego earlier on was holding on to the 9th spot, Neptune. So I don't think they're going to get pushed down too low. But like we highlighted, there's just so few points between the squads. Anything can happen on the leaderboard. So they have to stay with their eyes open.
Yeah, let's see if they can open their eyes, find out what is happening all across the board. But Lex right there, shot by Dez. And it's just unfortunate that Red Eagles is spread a little too thin, though, for them to survive further. The blue is on them, but that Chupi is already in play to find a spot on the edge of the circle. 90 Piketty, again, they will be forced to be passive for the moment because they don't want to risk being taken out early while S is being gate kept right now. But they need to be cautious because a few teams is just hanging in there on the edge as well as waiting for the opportunity for the rush.
Yeah, rematch again, Wireless. 90 Piketty, who gets to get in? 90 Piketty is already in, trying to gatekeep as best possible. Players on the side of Monterrey trying to throw in some cheap shots as well, seeing if they can nick 1 or 2 points off of those eliminations. But the full-on engagement not in just yet. FGL shot straight to the wall to back those players up away from the window. And 90 Piketty with the pickups coming on through. And they go back in there to charge at the Wireless players. Yekol down on the ground. 90 Piketty made that one look way too easy.
Definitely 90 Piketty. I'm loving the Evolution, teams that is changing their ways compared to the group stage. Cosmo, though, has been taken in by Sam V. King, and the pickup might happen. On the other side, a lot of engagement happening as well between Mia and Red Eagles. But as we look into position, this is where most will get all that advantage. And Monterrey right now might get a few more if they are not taken down by snipers from the other side. I'm talking about Biblical right here, who did so much well on that previous map. So if they will not be spotted, if they can gatekeep the team, then this might be a booyah that they're looking at that is very near.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And let's see if they can still hang on. Vipex right behind Monterrey here. A big challenge. Flash right beside them as well as the lightning zone is called. Flash not going to step out of their defense anytime soon. But they might just get kicked out of it by Vipex, who are dangerously approaching.
Let's see if they can approach a little bit faster. We're waiting for that chaos to happen. 0-1 has been eliminated. And 90 Spaghetti being dealt with by Mia off cam. But 15 elimination by Vipex. And there you have it. I thought it was just a fluke. I thought they are going to survive. But Mia says no. They go for payback. And now they have a chance to get that booyah for themselves.
Ah, man, this is not looking good. 90 Spaghetti needed 6 points to catch up with the top 12. Problem is there are other teams there who are still surviving and are also picking up those points. So they'll have to hold their breath for a little bit. Vipex 15 elimination strong. Looking for yet another booyah. Has to bump into Mia. And the circle just pushing everyone into absolute chaos here. It's going to start moving in a couple of seconds. INV in the best spot to gatekeep the rest of the players. And that high ground is going to be torturous for the other teams to deal with.
Yeah, across the bridge, they have perfect vantage point and also a great opportunity, as I did mention. Leon has been taken down, but no cover for the rest of the squad. Nix! There it goes, a shutdown by Wasan, but Glual has been placed and quick recovery being done. Vipex back to 2 players against a full squad of Mia, and this might be another thing that Vipex will be mad off because, again, Mia is the one that will be taking them out, similar to what we've seen in Bermuda. And there you have it, Mia with 10 elimination. Josh Murr, well, unable to be picked up, but it seems like Mia will need to move. Otherwise, seems like Flash would take them down.
Yeah, great play by Flash here, seeing the opportunity, taking it for themselves, but there's just too much of chaos. Monterrey now knocking down the play on the side of Flash. Biblical will get the job done, stealing away the point. Flash Gaming only with the final survivor. Mia Corp on the other hand, just going in here. They want the record. They want the back-to-back. Let's see if or not they can pull this one away.
Oh, INV already moved in, and Strix right now went for that flank to get an angle against Mia Core. But we are seeing a chase down up close and personal between Strix and Kappa. But that doesn't work, especially against M59. It's a good thing the rest of the squad of INV is prepared and also ready to get this booyah.
Mia looking for that #1 spot back-to-back. Earlier, they were prevented from the booyah by 90 Spaghetti Esports. This time, it is INV who were the unsuspecting predators. Earlier on, they got taken out way too early, Neptune. Just 3 points from their Bermuda map, but Nextera is that map that always gives INV a big boost, and they climb up to the top. Decent numbers of eliminations as well, but I'm very sure Mia is going to be a tad bit annoyed that they could not pull this one away.
Well, another team that would be more annoyed will be Vipex, because Mia is the one taking them down twice. And that's tough for Vipex right now. Though they don't have, they don't need to bring in that much of points, but we've seen how well they played in most instances. And I don't think this is them giving out those points, those opportunities. They want to stick that #1 spot. They did put in a little bit of numbers, but they also want to practice that booyah, similar to what we've seen yesterday where they got to.
Yeah, I mean, great plays from Mia overall. Vipex, again, very aggressive game. Just could not get to the very end. Got eliminated way too early in that battle sequence. Just too much of chaos erupting around them. I think just 6 placement points earlier on. But it was INV that were just picking up the numbers, big numbers, throughout the whole matchup to give them a 30 bomber off of this game. I mean, 12 from the booyah. We saw 17 eliminations there before they took took down that final player. So a total of 18 plus 12 makes sure that INV stays in the top 12 by the end of the day. But of course, that does not change the story at all. Vipex did a lot. They must be pissed, like you said, Neptune, that they've been prevented from the Booyah once again.
Well, let's see now. Let's see. I mean, we know that they can get that booyah, but not in a lobby just like this. And this is just the second day of the knockout stage. What more if we are on the grand finals? But as we look in the replay right now, I'm seeing great potential out of O1 Esports. The aggression is just on point. It's not too aggressive wherein they're being taken down early, but it's just unfortunate that they weren't able to make it in that final moment, in the final circle. Monterrey, though, there was a lot of questions, but I guess they did manage to survive longer and rack up a few more points for them to move up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, Cosmo was just a little unfortunate because INV of all teams came across them. So easy eliminations for them in that situation. And this was where Fuego made the biggest mistake because Lopez just had that better spot. Got the vehicle, went in for the reposition, and what does he find? Wait a minute, somebody trying to do what I'm trying to do. And he took his time with those shots. Would be a little disappointed with himself that it was not a one-shot elimination, but it doesn't matter because the player that he took out could not back up the rest of the Fuego squad, which resulted in a very early elimination. And of course, INV on the other hand, you just see just moments of brilliance from them here and there on this recovery play to collect those points.
Yeah, I do agree. I think INV is just taking advantage of this specific map. They are topping the charts in most instances in here, but only a few of those booyah. So this adds up to their numbers. INV is just taking advantage as well that they have been silent in most instances in the group stage, especially in the latter part. But when you look at how they average in terms of points, they're doing quite well. Like they might be a team that might go against Amia Corp as well as Fuego if we look at the current numbers. But INV, a team that is returning from the FFUSC, is now introducing themselves back in the FFWS USA.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, just a great big step up from whatever we saw in the group stage. In the overall grand scheme of things, I think this final circle was just way too chaotic. Too many teams alive and kicking. And the position that INV had taken gave them a very, very big advantage for the Booyah. Again, they had that high ground. They had a compound to play the defense, and everybody else were on the opposite side trying to battle up against each other. So, but of course, as mentioned, Vipex always with the highlights here. It is Vipex's Lopez XL with the MVP title. 7 eliminations, 4 headshots, 3 assists, 4,957 on the damage. Didn't have to use the Morse to take out player from the side of Fuego earlier because he had the vehicle. But, you know, when he does bring the Morse out, it is just so annoying to deal with some of the positions he holds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like he just, like, know exactly where to go, and that's what you find in great snipers, just Lopez XL. But I'm still looking forward. I think Vipex is in a good spot already to introduce back Lucas High, and we want to see how well the combination of both Lopez XL will be in the remaining matches. But as we go into the head-to-head right now, we're going to find out who is going against Lopez is Strix, another sniper of the squad. INV, the Booyah Takers, they did get 6 eliminations, 6 assists, and 5,345 on the damage, 3 headshot. And if you look at it in average of a comparison between the two, I would say they're both equals on all ends.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they are equals in many ways. The only thing that makes the difference between Strix and Lopez XL is how impressive they are with their play style. Strix is very straightforward, no drama. I'm just going to bring those numbers. But it's Lopez XL who's just taking some of these very brave gameplays, just like player. Always hold, just like Gotti as well. I tell you, FFWS USA has just got so many of these amazing snipers who are brave enough to play their solo run and give their squads a lot of backup, right? Of course, there have been moments where we've seen, streaks like that out of Strix himself, but INV is just the kind of squad that prefers to stick a little bit together, and we see what kind of results that brings for them as well.
Let's see. I mean, as speaking of result, we have the overall stats right now, and as we call for, this does increase the number of elimination that we have in the map, and Nextera is one of those that really gives out early engagement, even the like from beginning to the middle until the end. The story doesn't end in terms of elimination in this map. It's not that high compared to the others, but 85 is decent. But when you look at the knocks, that's where it is at peak.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it is indeed at its peak.
Yeah.
And of course, apologies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. At the end of the day, it is 120 knocks, and obviously we want to see a lot more coming through from them. But the safe plays off of these squads, total rescue sitting down on 44. Those revivals are strong, those pickups are strong. But teams like INV, it shows you how good they are, because it's not just about those knocks at the end of the day. Can you get the job done on eliminating those players? And they were aggressive enough to go the extra mile. We saw safe plays earlier. It did not fare them well. The aggressive plays, on the other hand, giving them quite a number of decent points.
LSZ, though, let's see if they can continue that, because there's still a few more maps that they need to deal with right here, and that's just one of the, I would say, one of their best map overall. But I'm really loving that they're getting a Booyah already in this day, but they are not number one spot by the entire day. So let's take a look at the match standings, so how much we're going to add previous overall standing in that chase for the top 12. 30 points, as you called it, for INV, 22 for Vipex, and 22 for Mia Corp.
I mean, I expected the INV. I did not expect the equalized numbers here for Vipex and MiaCorp. Both of them were heated. Both of them looking for those points. Only difference is between the placements and the eliminations. Vipex still as, you know, as vengeful as ever to find those numbers out there. Very capable squad. But this time, you know, it just didn't make the cut for the Booyah. I'm very sure both Mia and Vipex are annoyed by that. But there are already teams who are doing well in the fight. We got to look at teams like YLS. We got to look at teams like Goat Esports. And now even Fuego was slowly slipping down to the bottom, Neptune, and this is dangerous.
Yeah, dangerous indeed. We were expecting that they're already doing so much in there to put themselves, keep themselves afloat. But I think the lead is quite far from those in the top, and that's not what they're targeting. Fuego just wants to make sure that they have strats hidden so that in preparation to grand finals, they will pull off that surprise. But in the middle of this, especially with only 2 maps, I think they're still in a tough spot. So let's see if they can bring it onto the next one. And I'm really looking forward to how these match standing turn things around in the overall standing, who will be left at the bottom 6. And there you have it. I'm going to look at Monterey Esports, who managed to move a little bit up, but 90 Piketty right there. Moved up, catapulted themselves, launchpad themselves in there on the 10th spot, and really loving this kind of play.
Yeah, but it's going to be a solid bunch of movements today, because you look at how far the distance between Monterey and 90 Piketty is. You know, too many teams are too close to each other on the overall leaderboard. One decent game out of any one of them could really, like you said, launchpad them into a better situation on the overall leaderboard. Fuego, I told you, you know, them losing that match just meant, you know, just warning bells, because I look at how far down they are on the left-hand side of the overall leaderboard. 53 points. Even YLS can overtake Fuego now. They just need better games than them. And YLS has shown us that they're capable of getting into that final circle. Even through survival, they could potentially kick Fuego Red Eagles out of the race. The one dangerous team in this part of the leaderboard is GCT Arrow. Because yes, they are on the 11th spot, but they only have 4 games played, right? And you know they are a squad that can really pick up these points. So we're definitely going to see a little bit of that movement coming on through, because that's the end of this first set of games, Neptune, Groups B and C have now concluded. Group C will stay for the play. But of course, we will welcome Group A and have Group B take a little bit of a rest.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Group C is still on a chase down on the numbers. And that's one thing though. Group C, especially for those, for Fuego, who is part of Group C, will need to double up on that. Because looking at, you did mention a good point right there. 53 points. It's easy to be achieved, to be reached by 90 Piketty, GCT Arrow, while let's include Monterey Esports. If Fuego gets eliminated early, they only have one more chance later on to be able to recover. And I don't think they will be taking that. I think the next match is where they're going to bring it on just to make sure that they can keep themselves afloat.
Yeah, I mean, I think the shot on player earlier would have pissed him off, right? Because he's like, wait, somebody got a better position than me on this overall leaderboard, and it just happened to be Lopez XL, right?
Yeah.
The enmity between these two prime snipers, I'm expecting to grow a little bit. I do expect to see Fuego go all out. They are in Group C, which means they continue to play these next two games. They've got these opportunities to grab everything here for themselves. But of course, when you look at 90 Piketty Esports, you look at YLS, you look at Monterey, they get a little bit of a break. They will get to play the final two matches only after, these next two games to close the day off. So getting this rest, what do you think, man? Is this a blessing or is this a curse, Neptune? Because when I'm so nervous, the last thing I want to see is other teams moving up.
Well, that's one thing, though. I mean, if you're the one who will be returning for the final two maps, you get to find out where the drop spot is. You can target some of the teams that needs to be that can be taken down, especially if those on the bottom of each match and off the leaderboard. So you can target them specifically, get away from top dogs, who is already on our top 3 to top 5, and that's the advantage that they have. For those who will be getting so much of those matches in the early part of this day, then they need to be worried at all, because that's 2 down already, especially Group Z, as I mentioned earlier, 2 more to go. And if it didn't work for the first 2 match, I don't think it would work for the next.
So again, Group B now takes a rest. I'll be very nervous if I was them. We welcome Group A for today. Group C will stay in play for these next 2 matches. It's going to happen at Bermuda. It's going to happen at Purgatory. Once again, we go back to Bermuda. Earlier on, we had about 71 eliminations. Very safe place.
Yeah.
But as we head into game number 3, I'm expecting Bermuda to really heat up, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see on how heated it is, especially with the new squad that we will be having in here. And there's a lot really that would change this pace right now. With Group A being introduced, like the bottom 3 from the overall standings that we have right now has a potential of moving up, but I don't see Fisher Tiger to do that much. Cardinal Soar, Blue Cheese, they have that history of getting that much point, and it's not far for the top 12, for the points of the top 12 to far from Blue Cheese and Cartel Soar. So I'm just worried about those teams.
Dude, we have not even started talking about Cartel's Blue Cheese. Like you said, they are in Group A. They've been left out of the conversation for a little bit. And currently, these 3 teams from Group A are sitting down at the very bottom of the leaderboard. 2 out of these 3 names, we definitely know they're capable of pulling away big points. We're talking about Cartel, sir. We're talking about Blue Cheese. This could just be that one match where we see them rise up to the top. But we can't forget, we've also got teams like GCT Arrow playing for survival. And we have Celtic Gaming looking to prove themselves. We've got Gaviota Squad, who does not have a single booyah to their name. Man, this is going to be a tough lobby. It's going to be difficult to pull points away for yourself if you are not an aggressive squad, Neptune.
Let's see if the aggression will come in. And I'm sticking to my cut line right here of the team, of what the teams need right now, to around the 70 points. So if they can reach that, some, like half of our top 12, or more than half of top 12 has already reached this, so I guess they are in a pretty safe spot. So let's see if the other teams, like those in Group A and C will be able to catch up to that number. But as we look into the drops right now, I think they are a little bit too eager to get those eliminations, especially in Sentosa, where Fuego is going against Gavi Yoda. And let's see who's going to win it. King and Gavi Yoda takes down a couple of players from Fuego, and it's not looking good for this team.
Oh, it's not looking good for Fuego. But what's great is they've already got 2 knocks already. That's becoming a little bit more complicated as Low gets picked right back up. Carlos with a mini Uzi has got a great gun here, but Gaviota with the backstab. Timing is great for Carlos. He gets away, gets tagged up though. Gaviota can't get the job done. And a double is just not possible for Carlos, who gets shut down with a Mag 7. That was a gun difference right there. That shotgun up close like that is obviously going to annihilate a player who has not healed up just yet. And player, again, the survivor on his side of the squad that is desperately trying to get the squad back, but I don't think this is going to be a possibility. If Fuego survives this, I will be hella impressed, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. And I think Gaviota was just toying with it final with one of the players from Fuego right there, giving opportunity for King to get the weapon that he needs. And he knows that backup is quite close compared to Fuego, wherein we know for a fact that player would be far, far away from the rest of the squad. But it's not far from that happening later on because Fuego is still back with a full revival. But let's see if they can recover player as a takedown happens already. But speaking of takedown, there goes a revive plus a takedown by INV, bringing 2 elimination and probably getting them closer to get a few more points compared to the previous map.
GCT Arrow is being tortured right now by INV. The blessing in disguise here is one of their players just not in this compound, or it could have been a very quick revival that came through that we missed because one more guy and INV is on the hunt. They've got a hit list purchased already. The question is, who is the defender of that hit list, Neptune?
Let's see. Owen Esports, a team that has been aggressive, and 5-star would be their target again. Because from the previous map, we've seen them play, and I guess they're not impressed of what 5-star has been doing, and they have been hunting them down map after map. And this is what happened if you don't give out your aggression. If you have been passive, you will be spotted as one of those weaker teams that is being targeted by those teams who are moving up. And O1 Esports is one of those that wants to gather a lot of points.
Oh man, Dragon all alone here. The rest of his team members not around him. Dragon gets spotted out by 2 players. I thought they were just going to allow him to run away. Red Eagles snuffed out early. This is not good for Red Eagles. Currently in Group C, which means they only have 2 more opportunities, including this one. They just messed up 1. They've got 1 more game to go right after this, Neptune.
Yeah.
And they are way too close to the bottom 12 here. I am very afraid for Red Eagles and their opportunity to play in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking forward to Red Eagles to finally make it to the grand finals, but they were tied up with Fuego before the game started, and this doesn't help them at all. Far from the 70 that we're looking at them, or for every team to be in a cut line, but let's see if they'll be able to do a little bit more. For Blue Cheese right now, as they get introduced, they're putting so much pressure on Celtic Gaming. I guess they know that Celtic Gaming is dropping here, and they want to remove that threat out of competition. Hugo going solo, leaving the rest of the squad to loot up in Rimnam Village, but I don't think this is quite a smart move. But Yavigad spotted a couple of goats right here, and Mateo as well as Locks trying to recover with Blues already eating them up.
Oh man, the goats are just being fried right now. Never tried a fried goat, have you?
I mean, fried heated after being roasted. Yes, I've tried it.
Okay. Oh man, that sounds delicious. I hope you guys are not vegetarian listening to this. We are. Sorry. But O1 Esports, Gotti just got by Gavi Yoda. Not a good squad to get caught into a battle with. And O1 is being pressured by the circle. Gavi Yoda backing away, looking for a defensive spot to continue this engagement. And O1 is going to say, this is something we are not willing to commit to. Like a bad relationship, we need to think twice. And they are getting the hell out of there. You got to love and respect the decision making from both squads, choosing to do this battle somewhere else.
Yeah, they want to be single for the moment. Get away from it all, and doesn't want to have that stress, especially as the second phase of the circle will be showing a bit once that overlap happens. And it's a great decision indeed. There's still plenty of space for this map. There's still plenty of matches, battle that might happen, and only one team that got eliminated. So there's plenty of opportunity to stack up the points on elimination later on. But Goats right now, after recovering and reviving their teammates, I guess they are deciding that they need more firepower, and they are raiding a weapons arsenal. So let's see how well they can work this, and if they can move to Clock Tower, they might be meeting a few of those teams like Celtic as well as Blue Cheese that has already moved in from Rimnan Village.
21 eliminations in, and we have got 11 full squads. Okay, all right, no longer 11 because INV's back at it again, picking up those numbers. JCT Arrow up against Fuego. Fuego have an opportunity to play recovery here. Yeah, unless they want to get snuffed out like Red Eagles, and it's not going to look good because they have the exact same number of points as Red Eagles, and we already said that is just not enough to survive the top 12 here today. I think I'm going to go with your number of 70 at this point, Neptune, because it seems like it's very difficult for the teams who are currently in around the 12th spot to pick up these points. I think these boys are a little bit too nervous because of what's ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to risk being relegated, despite, especially for those in Group A. That's two more chances, including this one. And that passiveness is what they need to warm up, to put themselves in better position, to get themselves better weapon. But it's getting tough, especially for those who has been introduced in here in Group C. And it's really tough to on Group A rather, and it's really tough to balance it out. All One Esports, one of those that hasn't slowed down even a bit. Aggression is still on them, and Gaviota is being challenged right now, but unfortunate for Wa, those shots are not landing.
Oh, Gaviota. Des not as lucky. Gaviota getting another one for himself.
Come on.
Wa and Gotti. Wa does not got it. King with the M590, leaving the sniper of the O1 Esports, the final survivor, leaving the UAV behind. Information given away, but all he cares about is getting to a vending machine as quickly as possible. Gaviota, on the other hand, camping on one. Easy purchase back to get themselves up to health so that they can move on through Mars Electric, find another victim because they want big points off of this game.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can get big points. But as you can see right now, 5-star surviving after a difficult run for the first two maps. And this is a team that has gone very passive. They don't want to risk being taken down early, though there's a little risk of them not getting that much point. But they need to be cautious because their previous Bermuda is not that good. But one thing is favoring them, the Red Eagles is not here. But INV might be in trouble as Fuego steps in the fray.
Well, the cryo mine from INV just went super wide. Fuego has an opportunity here to turn things around, but INV on this high ground, perhaps a little bit of an advantage for the time being until Celtic chooses to get involved with this fight. Player and Carlos, one for each as they get knocked down. Oh my God, Strix, what a shot on Player, trying to take him out of the equation. Finds Tiki right beside him, and the rest of the INV players annihilate Fuego. Not looking good for Fuego right now, Neptune.
Only 3 points and 0 on the placement. And I don't know what happened. Most of the time, Fuego has Player on the far side. They try to switch it up, but it didn't work for them. If Player was on the other side, shots coming from Carlos could have been prevented, and then Strix could, or shots onto Carlos could have been prevented, and Strix could have been taken down, and they will not be in this position. But INV is not out of woods just yet. Well, I guess they are now as they launch pad into Peak, getting away from JCT Arrow, and now in 12 elimination, one revive that needs to be done, but it's still early. We're only on the second going to the third phase of the circle, AJ.
Yeah, man. I mean, like we discussed earlier, Neptune, today Fuego is on a fuego lento, on low heat. They're not firing themselves up just yet, but maybe we need to throw in a little bit of fuel, right? Echar lena el fuego. Add some fuel to the fire because these boys definitely need it, man. I mean, yes, they're in the 8th spot, 8 out of 12 sounds good, but we are not done with the race just yet. Everybody else is looking for those big points, and Fuego only has one more opportunity with not enough in their hands. The battle between Blue Cheese and 5 Stars, though. Blue Cheese currently in a situation where they need big points off of this game as well. In the bottom 6, 5 Stars surviving with them in the bottom 6. This next battle is going to be a big one to decide who survives the elimination round here at the knockout stage.
Yeah, and Blue Cheese is not really worried compared to Fuego because they have plenty of matches and only a few points to be able to reach that top 12, but they need to work on it quite fast. And if 5 Star will be eliminated, that's one out of the list in the bottom 6 that can be checked out, and then Blue Cheese can take over that position or even higher. But a team that really needs a higher position would be Fisher Tiger, and has been silent, but now in the middle of a lot of shots, a potential takedown that is happening from both sides.
A potential takedown indeed. Fisher Tiger not looking good. Easy pickup coming on through. Has got the stealth on him and is making it work perfectly to pick up the rest of his team members. As Blue Cheese now make their way in. Cartel Sir about to face a little bit of a challenge here, because another team might be looking for their prey to get those numbers. But Fisher Tiger says, oh my God. Hui, the last one left, just could not get away with the rest of his brothers. But at least that's just one sacrifice for the well-being of the rest.
And you know how it is, like how annoying it is of being shot at and you have no idea where it's coming from. That's what Creepy is doing right now, how annoying he is. But let's see though if he can carry that over. In a bit, GCTA, we see a lot of those takedowns happening on the elimination feed. And let's see, though, if they can recover. Oh, Cheese has been taken down. And I guess that's from Factory. And there's only a few teams remaining right now as we're heading into next phase of the circle in 20 seconds. And only a few teams that has potential to get a lot of elimination.
Man, oh man, I mean, many teams falling just in this particular bout of circle drop. Even O1 Esports is out of the race. Gaviota looking for the booyah, and they look like sure as hell geared up for it. Outside the circle at this point of time, though, looking at the players of Cartel Surf, finding that reposition for themselves as well. And this might just put them in a little bit of a pickle as the lightning zone is called.
And Calvin needs to be picked up. Hugo has been taken down. It's not looking good for Celtic Gaming right now. But Vegas is still pushing through against INV, Valiant Dash, but sees no one. Glue Wall and Time Turner against him. But Vegas is not done just yet. There goes Erica, but a turnaround from the other side. And that's what we're talking about. Goat this time around is being stronger, and we are left with 5 teams.
The Goats getting involved in that fight all out of nowhere, pulling away some good numbers for themselves. INV turning their attention over to the Goats, forcing them to pause a little bit off their fury. But this is one squad who cannot pause their fury. Cartel Sir playing for survival here. Currently down towards the bottom. They are hell low in the bottom 6, and surviving Gaviota is a big task, but they're doing it well so far. Great maze of glue walls laid out just to block out all of those shots off of Gaviota, but they are not close enough just yet. In fact, they have to get a little bit closer so that Gaviota now gets the attention of INV.
Let's see if they can get that attention, if they can get the elimination. And Gaviota pushes through against Cartel Sur. And I would say Cartel Sur is going south for the winter right now against Gaviota. And we're just talking about 3 players right here from the team. But 5 Star is in trouble, or probably putting a little bit of trouble on GOAT as well. And with the position that GOAT has, they have a compound that they can work with compared to 5 Star, who is also in the crosshair of INV and Gaviota. But here comes the closing of the circle. And GOAT, as well as INV, is in a safe spot. So all they have to do is hang tight, just chill for a moment, and wait for the next phase.
Yeah, safe spot in this circle, not the overall leaderboard, because they're still in the bottom 6. GOAT and 5 Stars, They need to somehow win this lobby. Obviously, both of them can't do it at the same time, but at least if they can take that first and second spot, it'll be a huge blessing. INV is going to make this one difficult though, but thankfully for 5 Stars and GOAT, they focus on Gaviota. 2 players taking those knocks back to back, those shots sustained. Pickup is going to come through fairly quick. Strix with the pressure play off of the AWM. Powerful shot. Oh my lord. He just moves his crosshairs away at the final moment, but still does manage to get the knock, putting a lot of pressure on Gaviota, but that's not really putting them in a little bit of a fix until 5 Stars chips in and pulls away their lives.
Oh, let's see if they can recover, but unfortunately Gaviota is out, and it is GOAT who seems like have a better chance of winning this fight, but when we look at elimination coming from INV, that gives them more of that advantage. But it is time for that shift of the circle to happen. GOAT, all they have to do right now is head in behind a tower, wait for the opponents, probably on launchpad, probably on the run, but Strix will be taken out by Gabozine, and I think GOAT is not waiting for their La Chupacabra to take them down. What they're doing right now is they will be the ones sucking the life out of their opponents.
Oh man, it is now the GOATs versus INV. 4 versus 3. INV is clearly the better squad when it comes to the engagements. How are the GOATs going to get this one done? Through Gabozin, AC-80 from afar, knocking Strix down. The main sniper of INV is down. Garcia fighting one at GOATs with an impossible booyah from the bottom 6. Not to the top, but decently on their way there. What a play by a desperate squad.
Oh, definitely. They're desperate indeed, but it is still possible to move up. Though they have been slowed down in a little bit because of those engagements, but a Booyah would definitely help them. But in comparison to INV, elimination-wise, I think INV still has this in the bag. But I'm really looking forward to what more GOAT has to offer, especially with the motivation that they're getting out of this Booyah.
My goodness, I did not see this one coming. In fact, I don't think anybody saw this one coming because the GOATs were really not in a position to make the qualifier into the top 12 based on what we were seeing from them in the knockout stage thus far. They were in the bottom 6, fairly low down in the bottom 6, but this was just those consistent eliminations that we were seeing in every single fight that they went in there, especially that final circle. Taking advantage of the battle between INV and Gaviota was a big reason why they could get that booyah, because Gaviota was a huge threat in that final zone, Neptune.
And that's one thing. I mean, smart decision being done by GOAT. I know we're looking at different parts of the game, but if we fast forward later on, if you think about it, once we see that final moment, they only decided to rush in when they know that they are capable of taking it CQC. But so most of the time, they're just keeping their distance, not really that aggressive. They don't need that much of points, and we can see that later on as well in numbers on how close they are on catching up. But I'm really loving this turn events right now. INV, though, is still putting so much of fight in this, as well as Fuego, who is losing a lot of fights.
Yeah, I can't say the same for Cartel Sur because they had a decent bout in the earlier parts, and this was the moment where we saw the squad just get wiped out. They were trying to get into the circle. 5 Stars were shooting at them. Gaviota was shooting at them. Everybody ended up aiming for the Cartel Sur players. Celtic Gaming as well couldn't really survive all that too long in that scenario, surprisingly enough, right? Because I was expecting them to go all the way down to that final circle. Later on, Fury versus Gaviota, it was just not the kind of battle that Gaviota was going to allow to get out of their hands. But it was in this very moment where INV started shooting at Gaviota that we saw the GOATs step up and say, you know what, 3 points, we are not going to say no to it.
Yeah, who's going to say no on 3 points as well as the Booyah? But let's introduce the MVP of the game. It's none other than John B. And I'm really loving that we get to see this guy because he has been performing in FFUSC and now being introduced back in FFWS USA. We get to see this player once again with 6 elimination, 5 headshots, 4 assists, and 2,671 on damage. Not that much though, but most of the time he's the finisher of this squad because as you can see in the build right now, though it's a combination of a rusher support with that Tiva, but you can see the aggression, especially in moments where your opponent's already damaged and try to heal up. That Dragon Glare gives you that information, and you can rush in with a Mag 7.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, John B, I think sometimes when I read his IGN, it sounds like John Baby instead. Either way, this guy used to play for Zeus Esports, and we all know Zeus Esports used to be a scary squad to deal with. He still has got that viciousness in him, powering up INV Esports. Great numbers here. Let's take a look at the head-to-head as well and see exactly who John B takes on. And it is a player from his own squad. That is the respect we give INV this time around. Vicious all throughout this game. Manor and John B scoring 6 eliminations each. Just between them, they've got 12, which is more than 50% of what the whole squad got. And it's not like they were only claiming those lives. They were giving those assists as well. And clearly this was a team effort, right? Because although they've got that 6 plus 4 or 6 plus 5 eliminations and assists, they are only around the 2.6, 2.0k damage, which is fairly low for these numbers, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's low for the numbers. Probably it's because of so much of the engagement that has been happening where they were introduced in all those third party and fourth party. And elimination, like high elimination, low damage, only means that they're stealing a lot of those elimination from other opponents. So that's just one way to look at these numbers. But let us look into more numbers and let's see if this game is something that would break the board in terms of overall stats. 64, not that high though, but INV brought in a lot.
INV brought in a lot of that 64 eliminations. Insane stuff from INV Esports this time around. 45k damage, very safe place, Neptune. And no surprise because we just swapped out those groups. We've got Group C kind of, hanging on for their dear lives with these opportunities. And, you've got Group A in there as well who have already been a part of these bouts, who don't want to lose out on their remaining opportunities here as well. So understandably slow game coming on through. Today, Bermuda has just been that slow map for us, surprisingly. It usually does give a decent total number. 28 total rescues, 95 knocks. Very little bit of action, which is shocking for me because I thought all I was seeing was action from the very start of this map.
I mean, it's action recovery. That's where teams has been doing quite well, especially in this specific map of Bermuda. So let's see on how that affected our table right here on the match standings. 29, not the highest that we've seen compared to the 30 that we witnessed earlier, but 29 plus Gaviota taking third place, fourth place rather, with 20 points, and GOAT Esports has been pushed down a little bit further because they didn't put that much elimination in these fights.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So INV with the 28, Gaviota with the 20, GOAT Esports with the 19. These are the 3 teams that farmed big points off of here. I am fairly surprised to see Celtic, 5 Stars, and Cartel Sir still with the double digits because they did get eliminated a little bit too early without the eliminations. But thankfully, those placement points coming in very handy in this situation for them. It's going to keep them, I guess, surviving for a little bit more. Celtic Gaming, thankfully, they do have a few extra games to look forward to. Let's take a look at the overall standings and see how this has shifted the leaderboard. And unfortunately for 90 Piketty Esports, they've been pushed right back down here because all they have is the 50. Fuego is dangerously close to the bottom. GCT Arrow needs to wake up as well now.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite easy for Fuego to be knocked down, especially with some of the teams who are just coming back in here, going into play, coming from Group A. And Cartel Sword, Blue Cheese, Fisher Tiger, though it's not that evident, and some of them has been eliminated quite early. Fisher Tiger didn't get that much elimination in that fight as well, so it decreases their odds of moving high. And I guess we can say goodbye to Fisher Tiger because there's little no chance that would happen with the trend that we're looking at with all those top dogs. They're not giving away any points. They're still challenging at the #1 spot. And those who are trying to catch up are being left behind so much.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we have to talk about the GOATs. The GOATs from the bottom 6 now launching themselves up into the 8th spot. They've got 61 points, but still not meeting your minimum points to qualify for the grand final. So the GOATs cannot, let go of this momentum. In fact, they have to build on it instead of expecting that booyah curse, which we have seen pretty much in effect here in the USA as well. If I'm not mistaken, it was INV that faced the curse yesterday. GOAT Esports, if they face that today, they might just be letting go of their spot in that top 12. They've got one final game to play now.
So it's a question of whether they let it go or they let it go. That is the question.
Well, if they can GOAT it with a booyah, then maybe they make it through.
Yeah, I mean, though it's quite far from the numbers that we've seen earlier, quite far for them to overtake Celtic Gaming. It's 22 points based on the lead, but they are the ones above, above of the cut before we find out who's getting into a better safe spot. So hopefully GOAT gets either more elimination, if not another booyah, but the combination of both placement and elimination doesn't hurt. So we're seeing that from the shadow of GOATs from the previous game, especially in the latter part of group stages and in the early parts of today. So no doubt that they might bring it over onto the next game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So the cutoff point of 70 that Neptune has set already, the teams that are not achieving it just yet, well, they have to hustle. But we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, we see exactly who meets that minimum.
lot of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count! And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Spring, and the chase to top 12 is still on. Halfway through the second day of knockout stage, we are seeing a lot of teams turning things around, but that one thing that haven't turned is us leaving the desk. I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and AJ right here, my brother, will be giving you all the action all throughout this tournament.
Yeah, dude, I hope that's the one thing that doesn't turn around, okay? I always want to be here.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. It is a situation now where one group has got one final opportunity. That group happens to be Group C. The beautiful thing about Group C is every single squad out of Group C is currently in the top 12. The problem here is some of those teams who are too close to the bottom. We're talking about Red Eagle, we're talking about Fuego, we're talking about 5 Stars. This is that do or die match for these three teams because none of them are meeting your minimum of 70 points, Neptune.
Yeah.
I am a little bit afraid because we haven't seen full-on consistency from them. This is going to be game number 4, Purgatory, the final one for Group C.
Yeah, I mean, this is where everything gets rough. For most instances, it's not only the flight path, but the decision that teams are taking on that drop. And if hot engagement happen, those who are in risk of relegation gets taken out early, then it would be tough. So let's introduce Purgatory, ANC, and let's see if neither heaven or hell can save any of the teams who are chasing for that top 12.
Statistically, Purgatory is the least played map thus far in the Free Fire World Series USA Spring 2026. Statistically, Purgatory is the map that gives us the fewest elimination average. Okay, this is not looking good for some of these teams down there at the bottom because they are playing on the lowest average map, which means numbers are not too many. Which also means if they want to look for big numbers through eliminations, they actually need to play beyond anything else that we have seen thus far on this Purgatory map from these teams. I am nervous. I am very nervous for Group C.
Let's see now. I mean, Red Eagles are going against GCTA and Moat House, and we know that Red Eagles has been dropping in there ever since every time we jump into Purgatory. But the battle that Fuego might be taking advantage of is their fight against 5 Stars. But we've seen 5 Star go into a great early fight, survive even longer. But GCTA, well, I guess they are trying their best to do the same.
Red Eagle, there's one guy on the zip line. Could that be... No, it's not Nachupi. Nachupi is with the rest of the team members here. What's that Red Eagle player doing? And why aren't the rest of the team members following him along? Okay, they're all going towards that zip line. I think they want to get into a situation and challenge for the fight. But Celtic versus Gaviota not looking too good at this point of time, Neptune. 12 squad still remaining in here. That could just mean Celtic on the verge of getting annihilated because Gaviota seems to be picking up those big points. Hugo, the sniper of the squad, seems like he does have a couple of guns on him. And he completes the revival. Such a rare occurrence here with the revival platform.
And that's one thing. That's tough, really. Well, I guess that's something that you expect out of Code because they're trying to catch up on elimination and they're not focused on the minimap wherein that revive platform is slowly ticking. But we're talking about Dragon. This is the guy that you are asking for. The ones on that zip line, but unfortunately for them, he is the first one to go down. Hayate follows through. Lex is the one who goes next. And GCTA just punching up an arrow to the hearts of the Red Eagle. It's a good thing that's still one player managed to survive, and they can go for revive. But Fisher Tiger right now, on the offset, they are trying to catch up on the points, and a lot of points is needed out of this team.
I am just glad to see there are still 12 squads in here, 2.5 minutes in, and we have not gotten rid of a single squad, which means those revivals are alive. These numbers are hot with the eliminations coming through as well. And Kelvin, 1 foot out of the time turner, and the players on the side of 5 stars just not thinking twice at all. But here comes the pickup coming on through. Valiant dash breaks around the blue wall, takes Kelvin down, but Rohit down on the ground as well. Fabian now going in for the pickup. Yavigod knows the advantage, but the double revolver will be enough to find the Punisher and the vending machine. Enough coins for 1 revival. This is Fabian at his best. Oh my, no, okay, not that blue wall. This is Fabian at his best. Playing in here for 5 stars.
5 stars, that's just taking advantage of the early engagement, treating it like Clash Squad right now with a double revolver. And we rarely see that happen. Most of the time, you grab a weapon, you go for an engagement.
There you go.
There's no choice for him. There goes a revival for 5 star to complete the entire squad.
Oh,
and Cartel
no!
Soar eliminated a little bit too early in this fight.
Cartel Soar for sure is worried now. They're currently in the bottom 6 and they need a lot of points to climb up. That was their greatest opportunity before they have to take the fight up against the monsters in Group B. Vipex waiting there. MIA, Mia Corp waiting there. This is not going to be an easy run for Cartel Soar later on. But O1 Esports, on the other hand, actually doing well up against INV.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we keep seeing from O1 Esports. Match after match, day after day, the aggression is growing, but they're being tactical. They know how to isolate player and take advantage of their numbers to be able to get those elimination. But that is something that would be crucial in this early games, but towards the late game, they need to fix that. They need to work on spreading out, finding better position based on their role. But I guess for 5 stars, Fabian is not going to clutch this against Vegas of Celtic Gaming, and Celtic Gaming did manage to pay them back a little bit and taking down Fabian.
Celtic Gaming now in a little bit of trouble. Now I gotta change the team name. I think Red Eagle's in trouble if Celtic plays like this. Vex, AC-80 in hand. Phenomenal shot. Hayate now potentially the next victim. Bison switched out here by Vex to take the CQC. Hayate, what gun do you have? Maybe the M590 could be the difference maker here. It's Bison versus Bison based on the rate of fire. Vex does win that out with the MAC-10 up against the Bison. Still on level 1. Hayate got the better shots.
Well, Hayate definitely is a better shot, especially on the CQC, and the Quackman still alive and quacking. Now, Reyes might not be quacking that much because it is Blue Cheese who's targeting them, and he's all alone, nowhere to go. A boulder that he can use, but shots out of Blue Cheese. How potato can you get?
Can you get? Well, we will have to figure out if or not they can show us a little bit more of that later on and answer that question. Blue Cheese versus 5 stars. 5 stars just finding some sort of miracle here to get away. And Fisher Tiger. Oh, no! Well, they didn't potato that one. I don't know who eliminated the 5 stars player. We didn't see it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though. I mean, that's 4 shooting, and I'm not quite sure if like he did trigger a Morse, not to be spotted, not to be targeted that much, but that was like you can still see the shadow of that Morse. But Kyutai, I guess he will be seeing the shadow of the next lobby if he doesn't survive. He's receiving damage, glue wall against a goat, and this is not a smart move. He's in great angle to be shot at on either side, and Goat finished them off, and Fisher Tiger back again in the bottom of the Animal Planet.
Now we get to see exactly what GCT Arrow is made of. They've taken on the Goats, who were struggling to make the top 12 earlier on. GCT Arrow and the Goats fairly at risk of being eliminated here from the knockout stage. The team that perhaps wins this might be able to determine their fate, but of course GCT Arrow have got 2 extra games to play up against the Goats Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. Both need to get a lot, at least 13, if not 10 points to be able to secure that 70 target that we have set. But GCT Arrow is not giving them that opportunity. Shots from afar, though, brings down Faker, but Gabozin needs to move away, far, far away from this fight. And, well, the split up from Goat, though, might save them, because that would split the team as well. And I don't think GCT Arrow will be risking that.
Nah, I don't think so. Not yet, at least. INV trying to turn things around, and John Baby did turn that around indeed. With the Thompson, picks up Erica as well, but O1 Esports not too far away from this very edge of this ledge. Doris low in health, but the Goats are out.
Yeah, Goats are out. Same goes for Dez. Doesn't want to deal with John B or John Baby. Whatever we want to call him, he is not a weak player indeed. Thompson in hand, he goes for that jump, he goes for the shot, he goes for elimination. That brings 7 to INV.
I mean, INV definitely on their way, to challenge for the top spot. Not too far from Wipex, but on their very final opportunity. At least they get to taste it for a little bit, providing they do get a decently monstrous round. More than 26 points needed for INV to get a taste of what that number 1 spot is like. Nachupi down on the ground. Fuego, much better with the performance this time round as they try to pound on the Red Eagles.
Let's see if the Red Eagles will be flying towards them, or probably away from them, because both of them are birds of the same, well, different colors, I would say. One is white that is supposed to be red, and another one is red representing their name. But Fuego right now, a little bit too, I would say, aggressive and better this time compared to what we've seen them earlier, because they are in risk of being taken down. But speaking of taken down, it is 0-1 that will be eliminated. So we're already down to 7 teams in the 9-minute mark, AJ.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, earlier we had quite a bit of survivors, but of course that was just around the 3-minute mark. But the past 5 to 6 minutes or so has just been absolutely chaotic, with a lot of these engagements not going the way of some of these squads who desperately need the points. 5 Stars have not made the cut. Goat Esports haven't made the cut. So these are all, I mean, Red Eagle, dude, these guys have not made the cut. GCT Arrow looking to cut them down and cut them away from the top 12.
Well, let's see if they can be cut away from top 12. Gaviota right now is in a race to get to Blue Cheese, and Blue Cheese is not a team that we can say that is safe already, but they did put a lot of a fight all in this map already, but they need to be cautious. Time Turner with everyone in it, Launchpad just to be sure and just to be safe, but Blue Cheese will need to move away, especially the next phase will be showing up. And there's no need to move for some of the teams right here. But if you want to be safe, you need to get away from Gaviota.
Yeah, man. I mean, getting away from Gaviota, just no small task at all. Blue Cheese realizing that instantaneously. Erico 2 has got not much of an opportunity to survive here when the whole squad of Gaviota is going to come knocking on your doors. Red Eagles, though, not too far away. Maybe they might get involved here and allow some sort of a miracle to happen for Eric. But time is running out as King approaches. M590 in hand. There's some maze of glue walls to deal with first. Eric, what is flying MP5 shot? But that's as far as it goes. Says Gaviota, but Red Eagles showing up at the right time to take the Titans down.
Let's see, 2 players remaining. A pickup can be done on low, but they need plenty of time. Recovering has been done already, and full squad by Gaviota is here. Great move coming from Gaviota himself, distracting Red Eagles, gives opportunity for the pickup to be done, and Lex has been taken down. Nachupi, though, tries to target Mako Win, but M24 is not landing in, and that risks him of being shot at on the left side.
One more. Nachupi needs one more. But Dragon on the opposite end with the Bison gets the job done. Red Eagles somehow not just surviving, but taking the fight up to Gaviota. One final survivor left on the side of Gaviota, but Fuego, the ones who want to claim the title of the proper Eagles, are walking straight into this battle. Jump pad play for the vending machine. Will they make it in, Red Eagles?
Let's see if he does have enough coin to buy their teammates back. Gaviota, though, is in trouble, and Ajupi has been revived, so that makes them 3 already. A better chance of surviving, also in the middle of next phase of the circle, and I don't think Fuego will be risking jumping there, and like being in the risk as well as being targeted by Celtic Gaming on the other side. But a little bit of Marceline doesn't work for Hayate. It only leaves Dragon with Arsenal, but a better weapon is good to target Fuego on his high ground.
Yeah, such a risky play, man. I mean, they knew Fuego was right behind them. They already had the vending machine. That was a big fact that they made it there without being shot down from the skies, but that gave them a little bit of too much of confidence trying to just... I don't even know what they were trying to do, man. I mean, yes, you want a little bit of a power-up from the weapons arsenal, but not at the risk of your placement on the overall leaderboard. This is now danger zone. Red Eagle from definitely surviving to maybe surviving this next bout.
Well, speaking of surviving, Celtic Gaming needs to survive because they are being targeted by INV, and we've seen how well Strix has been on that snipe. Hugo, though, lands a little bit further behind INV, and Achupi from Red Eagle has been taken down. So 6 teams remain, and Red Eagle is not out just yet. The pickup can be done on Achupi. Dragon can still recover him, but the only question, though, is will they be able to survive this onslaught?
Man, Achupi's down. And Celtic could not save their player. Fuego just like shooting ducks out of the sky. But they need to have some sort of mercy on their cousins, man. Aren't they birds as well?
Yeah, that's one thing. At some point, if you're an angry bird, you target everyone, even pigs.
Yes, you do, Hugo. Huge shots out of Hugo. INV just put on notice here, but Celtic Gaming needs to be a little careful. He's just playing with fire. Hugo just trying to get into a better position. Yes, he does get into the better position with the cord. And it puts so much of pressure with Yabigod finishing off the rest of it. And now Munoz up against Hugo. Hugo has got the cord up close and personal. Munoz waiting for that opportunity with the time turner. Hugo topping his health right back up, and they take each other out of the equation. Brian getting involved in that fight. GCT Arrow, the bigger winner of that bout, and they weren't even a part of it.
Not part of it. They just dipped a little bit. They pinky in it, and they still win that fight. Now let's see. All across, Fuego is challenging them. Gaviota putting a cryo mine against GCT Arrow. That brings him a target by Kane. And Gaviota has been taken down. 4 teams remain in this fight. And most advantage can be taken by both GCT Arrow and Fuego. But survivability of Dragon is just on par. But unfortunately, he doesn't survive the blue. So GCT Arrow would be the next target of Fuego right here, who hasn't moved that much. And this is what I'm loving about Fuego.
Yeah.
When needed, they become tactical, not too aggressive, and they get a lot of points.
Yeah, Fuego, man, this time being carried by the efforts of Chino. Tiki Carlos, player definitely has been playing his part, but not as aggressive this time around. As I say that, he puts himself right back up on the conversation board here. M24 shot from across that just gets a knock, but that does also reveal his position. Celtic under pressure by Fuego, who's looking for that booyah.
Let's see. I mean, under pressure is something that we've seen Fuego does so much, but opportunity to take them down was missed because of Faker with that flank or just staying behind GCT Arrow, and AWM used against the squad. So information revealed, they will be going to the horizon, and Palmer spotted, waited on by player, and there's little no chance for him to be picked up.
Yeah, brilliantly played here, but now Palmer's going to get picked right back up. Brian out in the open, but playing very well with his boosted up glue walls and those barricades keeping him alive for the time being. Glue wall melters laid out here by Fuego. Celtic wanting to join the conversation, but not wanting to get taken out because they just don't have the numbers just yet. The position Faker holds perhaps is the most dangerous, but he hasn't been able to make anything out of that position just yet.
Yeah, I mean, did go for a knockdown. He is providing as a distraction for the rest of the squad. Thus, Carlos was taken down, or HP has been reduced. So, GCT Arrow has a better opportunity to shift with the next phase of the circle. But Faker takes down Palmer, and this distracts the movement. And in a few seconds, the shift will be happening. But that, like, Fuego is in risk of being taken out by Celtic Gaming, or probably a few of their players, once they jump out of that rooftop.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And now the rotations on play here for GCT Arrow. Fuego trying to take advantage of this opening, getting the shots in, but no knocks coming on through. But no opportunities wasted here from the side of Fuego. But when they start moving, they're going to be under pressure because GCT Arrow will have the support of the team of Celtic as well. And now the Cryo Mine tagging up the Celtic players. Wrong aim from the side of GCT Arrow, who were looking for Fuego, and shot after shot coming through from them just to chip away at the glue walls. But now Fuego looking for the advantage with that high ground.
Oh, they're hustling right now, but distraction coming from Celtic Gaming will delay their approach against GCT Arrow. But Tiki with M590 might be able to finish this off, and Vegas is out. And now the two-team remains. And unfortunate for GCT Arrow, the pickup haven't been done, but player has been taken down, balancing or equalizing it on the 3. Now 15 elimination and probably more. Let's see how strong Fuego is this time around.
Yeah, the GCT player down outside the circle. Kane took a risk to go pick him up, and now he has dropped a little bit on his health as well. Faker sprayed down. Now Kane does not have an opportunity to go in for the save. The rest of the Fuego players surrounding him. Tiki with the M590 puts the end to that run, and Fuego scores their very first booyah here in the knockout stage, and it is the most essential booyah because this is the one that is fighting to keep them alive in the top 12.
Oh, definitely that is a fight to the death. Definitely from what we've seen. Final moments, a lot of pressure being felt from GCT Arrow. SKG or Celtic Gaming was not that much of a threat for them, but on that final shift of the circle, that's when we thought the distraction of Celtic Gaming could have risked this booyah away from Fuego. But Fuego says no, they still maintain the 3-man strong and slowly isolated each player of GCT Arrow, thus grabbing that booyah.
Yeah, man. I mean, GCT Arrow was, in a decent enough spot because they do have 2 more games to play, but it was all about Fuego this time round. And I think the amount of effort should be able to keep them safe. Neptune, you talked about a minimum of 70 points. This should put them well above and beyond that. But the question is how much, and do they actually keep that safe? Because the next 2 games, they just get to sit and watch.
Well, that is tough. But again, Fuego is a team that doesn't... Well, I know they sit down a few matches from the earlier days, from the earlier parts of this day. But they don't sit down, especially when they know that they can catch up. And catch up they did.
Yeah.
Like, that final strategy coming from Fuego was different from the first 3 games that we witnessed them. First 3 games, they were so aggressive. They're just challenging everyone, chasing against everyone. But the second one looks like a Vipex strategy. Just be passive in the beginning, find any stragglers, get all those elimination, and then grab the booyah to the end.
Yeah, you called it the Vipex strategy. I call that the only sound strategy in the current meta, right? You have to guarantee yourself the placement points. You have to guarantee yourself a little bit of extra viability in the last few fights. And the only way you do that is by roaming around, collecting those coins from the coin machines, making sure you've got your upgrades. If you've got the enhanced hammer, you want to max that out. If you every single stuff that you've got from the loadout that you can team boost up your squad, you want to get those as well. Good weapons, and then get yourself into a fight. And it seemed like Fuego ticked all of those boxes this time around. INV did have a decent run for themselves as well, I have to say. Decent number of eliminations before they got taken out of the race.
Yeah, and that's one thing. I mean, INV is already raking up a lot of elimination from the earlier match up until today, so I don't expect less coming from this squad. But it's just some of the teams who were unfortunate. Gaviota is one of those. We know that they're aggressive at some point, but going against Blue Cheese right now seems like they risk a few more, and then being introduced to a different squad earlier as well. That's where they later on this game, that's where they risk being taken down. So It's just unfortunate that we're seeing this from the squad, but wow, they've already shown us so much in the group stages, even in knockout stage.
Yeah, man. I mean, and of course, Red Eagles this time round, I was expecting a little bit more from them. They did put up a few extra numbers on the leaderboard, like we were expecting, but I don't know if this is going to be enough for them to survive all the way through, right? Because they didn't pull a Fuego on us. That's going to be the most concerning part. Celtic has got 2 more games to play, so really nothing much for them to sweat about. Gaviota as well. Never had anything to sweat from the very start of the day, both Celtic and Gaviota in a situation like that. But GCT Arrow was in a tough position. All 4 games, all 4 opportunities today, they need to go all out. And I think this is a great boost for them because they've got 2 more matches to go. And even in this game, they've put themselves in quite a decent spot on the overall leaderboard now.
I do agree. GCT Arrow has brought in so much of that. But as we look in the final moments, we're going to introduce you to the MVP of this game. And guess who? It is Tiki out of Fuego with 6 eliminations, 6 headshots, 8 assists, 36.99 in damage, and as often as we've seen, the combination of both Oscar and Tiva with that Joseph and Nikita being introduced as well as that Dreki. So it's not just Tiki that we've seen this a combination of active passive skill. A lot has been using this current meta that USA has, and I guess it's working for them, but we know for a fact that they need to change this. If you are a rusher, you be a rusher. Don't go halfway through being a support.
Fuego truly flexing that they are not like Vipex, where you only have one highlight player, doing the work most of the times. This time, everybody else stepping up. They wanted to show that, they can pick up the numbers beyond what their sniper can bring in. Let's take the head-to-head as well and see if or not they take on another squad. Yes, they do. It's Tiki, the frontliner, up against Strix, who stays behind the lines as the sniper of the INV squad. 6 versus 5 eliminations. Tiki getting the gold. Assist. My God. Tiki was on a rampage this time round. Not through the damage, though. Obviously, as the damage from those snipers, the armor penetration a little bit higher as well. Understandably, with Strix having a lot of access to players from across the battlefield, his damage is higher, but you can see the efficiency of Tiki just getting him those big numbers now.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at the lineup of Fuego, there's really no support out of the team. Like 3 rushers, 1 sniper, and Tiki has been doing that supporting for so many instances already. And because of how well he's doing it, I'm seeing a shadow of Get High out of Tiki from this performance. Because yes, he is a support, but he rushes as well, lands all those elimination. But still surprising that INB has a player like Strix right here to go against player from Fuego, Lopez XL or Lucas High from Vipex, and snipers are still putting themselves on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the overall statistics and see exactly how much did the players hustle this time around. And 84 eliminations coming on through. We were talking about the average being fairly low for the map. And this was just the squads just taking it up a notch. We can see the desperation now coming through from some of these teams as Group C played their last match. But Fuego definitely claimed quite a heavy number out here. I was not expecting a 30 bomber from Fuego from being in the relegation zone, from 100% making it into the grand finals after this performance. 30-point bomber coming through from them. Let's take a look at the match standings to see exactly how well the other teams performed.
Yeah, and as we look in Fuego, you did say 30-point bomber, followed by GCT Arrow. They really put in so much of fight. But looking in some of the teams that we want to find out their future, their fortune in terms of getting into the grand finals, 5-star looks like they've lost that opportunity, losing so much of battle, only 2 points in this match, and they're part of Group C, who will not be playing for the remainder of this day.
Man, oh man, I feel bad for 5 stars. They're definitely not a new brand here. They the veterans who have come back, a little bit of a roster shift for sure. But now this is going to put them way too low the leaderboard. And, there are a few teams from Group B who do stand a very good chance, right? YLS, Monterrey, Cartel Sur is still in here from Group A. And Cartel Sur has shown us big matches in the past. So I'm actually very worried for the squad. But this time, of course, Cartel Sur didn't really put up their best. So I'm expecting this failure to really fire them up for this next game. Let's take a look at the overall standings and continue our heartbreak here. Conversation on 5 stars who have completed their 12 matches. Red Eagles completed their 8 matches in here, I have to say. 60 points, not looking good. Goat not looking too shiny as well with the 68 points. They are all shy of your minimum of 70, Neptune.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's tough because I'm looking at the top 4 out of the... Well, from the 13th to the 16th, top 4 of the bottom 6. That's confusing. But Blue Cheese, 90 Piketty, YLS Esports, and Monterey Esports, part of Group A and B. Let's include Cartel Sur because the score that they need right now, especially for Cartel Sur, to get ahead of 5 stars, only 12 points. And I think out of 2 maps, they will be able to pull it off. So we are risking, or we are talking about 18 points to be exact, if in case they want to catch up on GOAT Esports. And 3 teams might be pushed down there out of Group C, the ones currently in 10th, 11, and 12.
I do agree with you. Only 3 teams are at risk here because what GCT Aero just showed us was that they're more than capable of picking up those points. And with 2 games to go, they're already on that. I would say on the edge, right? If 70 points is your breakthrough, 75 is decently safe, and they are there with 2 more opportunities to grow. And GOAT Esports, Red Eagle, 5 stars on the other hand, they're just going to be sitting ducks right now as they watch their spots be taken by a couple of these teams down from the bottom 6, who for sure have got the fire under their butts. They know what is on the line. Only the teams that make it into the grand finals will get a slice of our prize pool. Let's check out Group B once again. Let's introduce the players as they make their way back in here. 90 Piketty Esports, Vipex, Monterey, Mia Corporation, Flash Gaming, as well as YLS Sport.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to how well Vipex can prevent some of the teams right here from getting all the points that they need to get into the top 12. Because as pointed out earlier, we have 5 specifically out of, or 3 from Group B, like 90 Piketty Esports, YLS Esports, Monterey Esports, who is part of this next grouping, and then Blue Cheese as well as Cartel Sur that we just introduced in the previous map. So I'm really looking forward to how well the adaptation of the squad is. Will they be carrying over what Fuego did, wherein they became passive, try to find all those elimination, and then that's when they get into the final circle, because that strategy, as you called it, is the basics if you want to get as much points.
Yeah, man. I mean, at the end of the day, you are looking for a lot of points, but you're also looking for to make sure, guarantee that you survive, right? Because these are savage lobbies. These are monsters caught with you in these lobbies. Final 2 opportunities are going to be very challenging. We've got Kalahari, we've got Solara. If you don't have a great sniper on your squad, if you're not good with those hook guns, you are going to be toasted in Kalahari. If you are expecting not to be challenged, those slide rails are going to just keep sending player after player into your compound. You need to know how to manage them. You need to make sure you use those slide rails as well to navigate around the map to collect as many of those coins as possible from these coin machines. We are going to see absolute chaos for the final 2 matches of today, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely chaos indeed out of the desert lands of Kalahari. And we have Group A, who has been introduced in here from the previous day. Now Group B will be seeing their first match in this specific map. So I'm really looking forward to how well they're going to offset some of the teams right here who tried their best to get those points. But one thing's for sure, out of Group A and B, no one has gotten a booyah in the knockout stage in Kalahari. So this might be something that might give a motivation from some of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And the battle between Flash and 90 Piketty will not happen as 90 Piketty quickly backs away from that drop spot. But Gaviota versus Flash is an appointment I do not want to be a part of if I am Flash. Gaviota about to eat them up unless Flash shows us some sort of a miracle here. Blue Cheese versus Mia. 2 big teams taking on 2 squads who are definitely desperate for some points.
And this is not a squad that Blue Cheese needs to take out because Mia is in a good position already, but I'm loving the result right now. Blue Cheese needs to pick up as well as recover and then find and try and find the final player. But a quick revive on a very near vending machine from Biblico, and that is him resurrecting the entire squad in a biblical sense.
Yeah, that was a bad play from Blue Cheese, if you ask me. They already had enough numbers to go after Biblico, but they wanted to focus on the revival and survival. But they're also risking keeping a very big squad on the map, alive and kicking, ready for revenge, potentially, as they come back in here for their own loot boxes to pick up those weapons. So, I don't know. We got to catch up with them in a little bit. Cartel Sur, on the other hand, still on fire as Vipex books an appointment with Fish and Tiger. Not looking good for Fish and Tiger squad.
Yeah, Fisher Tiger will be fished out of this lobby a little bit early if Vipex manage to push through, despite of Monterrey Esports providing that distraction and challenge. Feng has been taken out already. Lopez XL takes down Zamaz. So it's two different teams that Vipex needs to deal with, and I think they're dealing with them quite well. Recovery has been done, though. It hasn't added up to elimination out of Vipex, and Wason caught off guard by Yui. And it's just unfortunate that they're not a full squad with the two teams against them. They need to back away.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vipex, 3 players left in here, and all of a sudden Fisher Tiger looking a little dangerous, but Lopez XL from up top just sending the final punishing blows towards the Vipex squad to make sure they don't get too excited about this. And Monterrey, on the other hand, is going to be absolutely happy with the meal that is served up in front of them at confinement. That lightning zone is going to be challenging for the time being. But Lian actually not backing away. Monterrey might have bitten off a little bit too much here. They could not chew. In fact, they started choking.
I mean, Leon is one of those players that always rush forward, delay the retreat. I'm loving it. I mean, Leon might not be taking the board, but the aggression of Leon is one thing that's helping Vipex increase the odds of winning and being that thorn in the throats of a lot of teams, especially Fisher Tiger right now. In spite of them being near to the vending machine, they were stuck. They are literally stuck in corners right now, but there goes the recovery. And I think a full squad, or all the teams almost has a full squad other than Monterrey, which I'm loving right now.
What's on right back in here? Fisher Tiger versus the one and only Vipex, and this is a battle that has been dragging on for quite a while already, and I think Vipex wants to end it right here, right now. Fisher Tiger is hoping and praying they don't find them.
I mean, it's tough. I think that, like, at least someone from Vipex will have binoculars, though they don't know specifically, but they will be able to spot them out. And there you have it, the corner that they haven't checked just yet. Leon found them out, and there goes the takedown. And one player, Fisher Tiger, but deed has been done by the squad, and they managed to revive at least a couple that has been taken down earlier.
Oh yeah, and it looks like the 6 points for the squad is just not enough. Fisher Tiger with one final survivor here.
Ooh.
With the possibility to bring back the rest of his team members. But as I say probably cursed the guy. And he got found and annihilated. Fisher Tiger is out in 12. And that might just be the end for them, Neptune. They needed 40 points to catch up with the 12th spot before the start of this game. And they barely picked up any this time around. With one more opportunity to go, I don't think Fisher Tiger can give us the biggest historic record-breaking game. So that one is as good as over for the squad.
Well, I guess as early as now, we're going to say that it's a pleasure seeing the growth of Fisher Tiger, wherein they put us in a tough spot. Just anticipating that they will be getting into knockout stage. But reaching this is another level for them, and I'm really looking forward for them to play the next match as well as see them into the next season. But YLS is another team that has given us almost a heartache when they were like literally in the edge of the top 18, but now they're doing quite well. The only question, though, is will they be able to continue and probably grab all the points to get into grand finals?
Big fight between YLS and Cartel Sur. The winner of this bout might just be the ones who qualify into the grand finals here. Both looking for the spots held by the members of Group C. GCT Arrow, on the other hand, up against Blue Cheese. Blue Cheese already put themselves in a little bit of a pickle, but they're tethering on the very edge of this top 12, waiting to make their way in. But GCT Arrow, quite comfortable with where they sit right now. Nothing much to risk, but if they lose this opportunity, then maybe, just maybe, some sort of a miracle can squeeze the other teams in here to overtake them. That's not going to be the case, Blue Cheese. You shall stay in the bottom 6, says GCT Arrow.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunate for Blue Cheese right now. GCT Arrow, with the number of elimination that they have, I think they have already exceeded 80 points. Flash, though, is a different story. Let's see if they can win this fight. Yancey says Yahtzee with that gunshot, as well as a pickup for the full squad. And that would say, I would say as a clutch for the squad that keep them alive.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was definitely a clutch. He didn't even have to use the Rebel Rush to get anywhere. Just ran straight in, took those final few shots. Of course, the initial bout of effort done by the rest of the Flash team members. And this is a very impressive run here coming through from this team. Because Flash, throughout the group stage, has been a little bit of a question mark for me. But this time around here in the knockout stage, man, oh man, they look vicious. Yesterday they played well. Today they continue to play well. And they're definitely impressing all of us, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really loving that they're playing with placement point in balance with their elimination. And again, another team that's not too aggressive, but we're seeing that fight in them on all of those matches. Now, as we look into the final 10 and the 7.5-minute mark, we are still seeing those teams that need that much point trying to get as much point as possible, and Cartel Sewer is one of those. So let's see if they can survive, especially when everyone has been forced by the circle as well as the shift right now. But Monterey in trouble, being chased by the aliens, or would it be the Viper on the name of Vipex? And Wason's hook gun is not connecting, but finally it did, and might have an angle against Monterey.
Man, this guy's just too brave with the time turner. Runs straight into the battle. Ooh. Spots one, takes one out. Cosmos stood no chance. Alvaro hit down by the Celtic Gaming player from afar. Wason making sure nobody walks away here. Catches up with the final play, and my God, just one shot to the head. The M590 getting the deed done.
Yeah, the deed has been done indeed. And Monterey, now, they lost one player. A few more can recover and revive them. But on the other side, GCT Arrow, well, slowly making sure that Cartel Sewer will not get that much point. Elimination on the high ground, hook gun in hand, as well as AC-80. And Kane will be hitting him with that Kane, and will be increasing the numbers for the entire squad. It's a good thing that one player from Cartel Sewer managed to pull away, backs away in perfect timing, but Mia might be spotting him. And there you have it, Biblico. I was not expecting that. I thought he was in a safe space.
Oh, man. Cartel, sir, for sure is in hot soup right now. They did not pick up as many points as I was expecting them to in this lobby. They have got one more game to go. 8 points is going to allow them to climb up a little bit closer to the top 12. So I guess a tiny little blessing. Okay, we cannot forget that one placement point there as well. So 9 points. It's decent, but man, they need at least, I think, about 13 to break into the top 12.
Yeah.
So maybe, just maybe, the possibility is there here for Cartel, sir. But of course, there are other contenders still alive and kicking who are looking for that spot, and YLS is definitely one of them.
Yeah, I mean, from the way I'm looking at it, it's 5 contenders against 3 spots, and that is tough.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed. But YLS, 5 elimination already, still surviving, going against Celtic Gaming, but Hugo right now, launchpad in hand, missed that vending machine, but might be able to go across and find one into the fray.
No.
Faker, not faking at all.
I mean, man, oh man, you gotta scan those areas before you jump at anywhere. This lobby is lethal. And GCT Arrow said, hey, look, a present.
Oh, there's a lot of surprises right here coming in because of the decision making as being done by a lot of teams. GCT Arrow, though, is feeling wrath of Vipex, and slowly but surely, even YLS is dipping their finger, and they get to eliminate GCT Arrow. Now, I'm loving YLS right now because they have increased their numbers already, and they are getting into, I would say, the final circle if they manage to survive the sub.
I mean, GCT Arrow was already safe, and then they brought in 10 eliminations, plus a couple of placement points here. So they're for sure going to climb up the leaderboard a little bit. But YLS, like you mentioned, is now booking an appointment to replace one of the groups here from, one of the squads here from Group C. Either Gold, Red Eagle, or 5 Stars will lose their spot, depending on how many of those from the bottom 6 climbs their way up. 90 Piketty still alive and kicking, and they're definitely one of those vying for more points out there.
Yeah, I mean, 90 Piketty is one of those who can get the booyah, find a final circle, and hopefully they can work on elimination. But speaking of elimination, risk of being eliminated is crazy. Glue Wall unable to go for that save, and 90 Piketty is making sure that there's no contention out of YLS. So the bottom 6 is in a fight right now, and I'm talking about in this specific map.
I mean, Monterey still in here as well, but with just 2 survivors, what can they do? YLS with one final survivor looking for placement points as best they can pull off maybe 1 or 2 steals of those eliminations, but they have to be very careful as they attempt for it. Flash Kevin getting the Car 98 knock onto low. Will be able to secure the elimination as well, but Flash themselves losing 1 player.
Let's see, I mean, Flash, they need to survive. They need to move in.
Nice
but
one.
how will they do it? It's take down the ones in the lower ground. Monterey, though, clutch on the revive and plenty of space to play before the next phase happens. So 30 seconds on that drop, they need to move from command post onto 90 Piketty. Now, let's see if that's something they can pull off. And another thing that can be a miracle is YLS Kenny surviving and reviving the rest of the squad. If not, just go with placement.
Yeah, man, I mean, Vipex is just right on his right. No pun intended there. It just happens to be the positions. Urix, Lian, Wasson, all spotted out by Kenny, and the AWM in his hands. It's probably going to give him a huge advantage here, but he only has 1 chance. That 1 knock could make the difference here. Urix understanding the risk as he continues to move. Not staying in one spot for too long, giving the advantage to the snipers out there on the battlefield. Oh, what a jump! I mean, sometimes some people think that, why do you keep jumping? Why do you keep, trying to move around in circles? For that exact reason. Without that jump, Kenny would have gotten that shot already, which could have just slowed down the approach of Vipex.
Yeah, I mean, you can go and crouch just to avoid being shot at if you have a little bit of cover, but if you want the movement to go, don't just walk, don't just sprint, jump as well. And we're seeing that from Hack right now. That jump, that valiant dash might be the win against Gaviotas. Mako win and unable to revive. He will be left out in the cold. And Monterey win that fight against the 1 player of Gaviota. Now, they are part of top 6. One of their players are losing HP. Now, Flash needs to recover as they fight against Vipex, and Vipex is not giving it all.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 16 eliminations strong. Vipex looking for a very solid game. But Mia looking to mess that up. Flash right below them. So not for long. Vipex is in the fight. Yan's the only survivor left in here. Dealing with the damage off of the blue. Looking for that opportune moment to sneak on in. And he does exactly that. Yan still undetected.
Let's see what's on Leon. Very close. I mean, no Leon. Leon is a guy who checked all the corners, try as much as possible until the time expires for that opportunity. For 90 Piketty, they get the information and they're not moving at all. They're waiting for that better angle to take, but you know how Biblico is. If he spots you, he might be the one shooting back. And there goes Stewart for the shot with AWM. M King tries to go for the push, and let's see if they'll be able to finish off Mia Corp.
Oh, Sammy King down on the ground. YLS taking the shots up against 90 Piketty. 90 Piketty did not expect that at all, but Stewart taking himself out of the equation. Man, that was not expected out of the guy. The glue wall blocking his nade. And the M79 backfiring on 90 Spaghetti Esports there.
That's tough. That's tough. I mean, they have an advantage against Mia Corp right now, especially with the M79 on this compound, but it's more of a timing as well as a distraction that has been brought in by YLS. Emma King tries to go for the push and goes for a knockdown against Biblico, but the blue is closing in. Vehicle can be used for them to back away, but do they have time? Mia Corp are losing their players, and only one remains, Kappa, who might not be surviving that next phase of the circle.
You know, Dybala still alive and kicking here. Oh, not for long, says Vipex. Shots from afar, 22 eliminations. Looking for 2 more to make this 24, and they will be able to get exactly that. A massive 36-pointer booyah for Vipex.
Oh, I mean, Vipex not slowing down. And again, we're seeing that shadow of Zeus Esports from the previous tournament, and I'm loving it from the team. They are showing their dominance. They are showing that they might be the team who will be heading into EWC, and even without getting into grand finals, based on the numbers, based on the performance, they're slowly doing it.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is a unbelievable run from Vipex. Even as other squads were so desperate to get to the end, Vipex made the run look so easy. With one more game to go, they are dominating the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving that leaderboard to be opened up in a bit. But before we go there, a little bit of recap on what happened. And Mia Corp, I know that this is a team that has secured their spot already, but in this engagement in Kalahari, I don't think they're putting up that much, though currently they are 4th in rankings when we talk about overall in the map. But we've seen them fail so many times. It's more of the survivability that is happening for Mia Corp. But Vipex is not slowing down. From beginning towards the end, all eliminations being gathered, and they're still winning this fight.
Yeah, I think one of the highlights for Vipex is Lian and the way he plays that narrow, right? I think they have perfected their timing with the plushie. They have perfected the timing with the cryo mine, always going in for the ambush after Lian opens it up with a cryo mine. GCT Arrow, on the other hand, they had an initial good run up against Blue Cheese. Of course, that came to an unfortunate end, but that would be talked about a little bit later on. Jens, the final survivor on the side of Flash Gaming, actually managed to kind of creep into the circle quite far before he lost it for the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, especially if you're part of bottom 6. But for Monterrey, in spite of the presence of Vipex in here, they still managed to survive, reach somewhat the final circle, get their placement point, and probably a decent amount of elimination as well. For GCT Arrow, there's a lot that has been invested already. And being in there where we thought that they don't have what it takes to get to that 70 mark, I think they're doing enough already, and they still have one more game to go. So those on Group C would be in trouble, and O1 Esports, I would say, is quite near to that, but I think the number of points that O1 Esports has gathered already is not easy to be reached by the ones in the bottom 6.
Yeah, man, I was so excited at the start of the day. Now I'm starting to get a little sad already because we've got one more chance, one more game before we eliminate 6 more squads from the competition. And I think out of the knockout stage, every single team out here is loved, right? I think they're very capable squads, just not sharp enough on some of the strategy that they've been pulling out there. You know, some questionable mechanical skills as well, which can all be repaired before the next season. So that's one thing that we can appreciate. At least they had a good enough number of chances to dance with some of the big boys here who showed them exactly how to dominate. And some of the domination from Mia this time around just could not come through like they expected because of what Vipex could do.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, so far, we've seen that Kalahari map. It has ended. Let's take a peek on our MVP for the match. It is Wason from Vipex. And again, it's like earlier, there's a little bit flex we're in. They're trying to add a few more names into the MVP list.
Oh, yeah.
This is Vipex not letting go of that. They want another record for themselves. Again, I told you, Vipex sore losers.
Yeah, I mean, Vipex like, wait, it's not about Lopez. Who told you it's about Lopez? Let's put Wason in front this time around. And 9 eliminations is massive, Neptune. I mean, this is just a crazy playoff of this guy, 5.1k on the damage. Rocking the chrono, which gives him so much of bravado on the front lines. Just brave enough to run at his opponents. And, you know, worst case scenario, and this is what is so confusing. He is actually the one tasked to rescue the squad members with the Tiba on his side. I am just so perplexed by Wason's role because he's the rusher and at the same time the important medic of the squad in a tense situation. But that's the kind of squad Vipex is, right? They are filled with predators who, one of the predators just have to play the role of a medic. That's that's the situation here.
Let's see now. I mean, situation. Let's see who's going to head against Wason and Leon. There you have it. I mean, aggressors of the squad in the same frame. I'm loving this turn events for Vipex right now. And we were just talking about Leon, always in there early in the front lines, always delayed in the retreat, and it's good that we're seeing him on the board. It's good that he is going toe-to-toe in numbers against Wason, because Leon, from the first instance that we saw the performance out of this guy, we thought that he's just in there as support, just trying to put in damage. But numbers is not just about damage right now. Elimination, aggression, tactics is being set by both players.
Especially, of course, the narrow impact that he brings into all of these engagements enables Wason to go all out. Let's take a look at the overall statistics of this matchup as well to see if or not, my God, that's the kind of record we're talking about. 100 eliminations. This is sure as hell above the usual average that we see on Kalahari, which stands at 84. The teams went all out. Vipex went all out. 26 eliminations out of the 100, almost getting 1/4 total of it. 64k damage, 72 headshots, 67 rescues out of 129 knocks. This was one hell of a match.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen so many engagement happen, a lot of survival approach as well, because if I'm not mistaken, this is where we saw around the 9-minute mark where we still have 11 teams surviving. So I'm really loving this kind of approach by all the teams, especially those trying to catch up. But speaking of catching up, let's take a peek on how many numbers each team has brought in. And I'm keeping my eye on Monterrey. They are in the catch-up game as well. And some other teams like 90 Bighetti, 17 points in there. And I guess this secures them to get in the top 12.
And YLS have made a big jump as well. Yes, 90 Bighetti beat YLS to make it into the top 12, but 90 Bighetti is not out of the hot waters just yet, because now that they've made it into the top 12, they could also lose that top 12 spot to YLS Esports, who's just hot on their heels, right? So 90 Bighetti needs to be really careful. I would love to take a look at the overall leaderboard in a little bit. Fisher Tiger kind of bombing out. Gaviota doesn't matter, but checking out the overall leaderboard. Thank you so much, production. YLS, 2 points away from 90 Bighetti. I mean, we were talking about the teams in Group C losing their spot, but now even 90 Bighetti could lose their spot. They've got one more game to go. They cannot mess up. YLS cannot mess up. Blue Cheese cannot mess up. 5 stars, Monterrey. My goodness, sorry, 5 stars. It doesn't count anymore. But Monterrey, with one more opportunity to go, very, very doable, Neptune.
And it's one thing. Hopefully, these teams that we're looking at right now doesn't end up with 0 points by the end of that match, because that gives them more opportunity to take down those from Group C out of contention into Grand Finals, which I guess I empathize with your emotions earlier. It's getting sad because we've seen great lengths being done by Fuego, by GOAT Esports, Red Eagle. Fuego, though they put in numbers already, there might be a chance wherein a great run might take advantage. That might be taken advantage by a lot of teams, and they can be pushed down. But the possibility would be slim. But there's still a possibility, though.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you, man. There is a big possibility. Let's check out the schedule, because that big possibility is only one more game here on Solara. The final opportunity to collect these points. I hope and pray the big squads go to sleep so that we can see some action down here at the bottom, because, you know, I can't have Vipex just going all out trying to secure a decent booyah here for themselves again just to flex on Gaviota. I can't have Gaviota going all out for their only booyah here in the knockout stage. They have not secured a single booyah, and they're still in that second spot, which is very impressive. But I'm afraid they might want one for the record, Neptune.
Let's see. I mean, they can bring the record. Why not? Just show up in there, make sure that their presence is felt even before the grand finals has been opened up. So again, the numbers has said it all already for all these teams, but a few are still in the catch-up game, and let's see if they'll be able to catch up in this final game. And we are jumping in Solara, one of the scrappiest map that we have in Free Fire right now. But we know for a fact that Vipex is stopping it without even getting a booyah. It's more of the elimination and the placement that they're getting, the consistency that they're getting all throughout. So if they let this go right now, like just get eliminated a little bit early, they can open up the floodgates for the other teams.
Absolutely. Blue Cheese needs about 8 points. 5 stars needs about 9 points, right? Sorry, 5 stars. Sorry. I keep thinking about 5 stars because they're a good squad, but they don't have any more opportunities. Monterrey needs 9 points. And Cartels, they need as many as they can get. I don't know whether or not they can get to the booyah because 15 seems like a lot. We are running out of space here in the top 12. Not many of these teams are risking losing their spot. Gold Esports, Red Eagle, and 90 Piketty are still in our purview, but the only one playing out of those 3 squads is 90 Piketty. Gold and Red Eagle cannot do anything as they sit on the top 12 with 68 points. And what a flight path to kick off our final game.
I didn't get in Purgatory. I got it in Solara. So I'm loving this. But I guess the squad is not loving it, especially for those who's trying their best to get as much point. But Fisher Tiger landing in the hub right now against GCT Arrow. And let's see if they'll be able to fight back. At least give a battle, a fight against GCT Arrow. And that's where we will see most of that engagement. And Flash right now against Blue Cheese, a team that doesn't want to risk being eliminated early. Is going against one of the best evolving team in this competition.
Absolutely. Blue Cheese not really making the cut up against Flash right now. A little bit of a turnaround here. Fisher Tiger getting burned down by GCT Arrow as well. Darius taken out of the equation as Fisher Tiger is annihilated. Blue Cheese stands that exact same fate. Cartel Surge showing up at the right time here. Maybe that perfect distraction that Blue Cheese needs to survive as he tries to get out of Archway.
I know. I mean, before in the group stages, Flash would be the target by a lot of teams, but not this time around. Both Blue Cheese and Cartel Sur are in bottom 6, and they're trying to get their points out of Flash. But it's a good thing that Uziel has already moved away in here, but still might be caught by Cosmo on the approach. So he needs to be quiet. He needs to be careful, but will he be able to survive and get the vending machine? He does! So Kevin will be back. No risk at all of being taken out, but Cartel Sur is in the chase.
Monterrey, full squad, allowing Flash to get those revivals. And Uziel's going to be like, Nani? A little bit of a peekaboo, and Uziel's were like, wait a minute, I think I saw something. He turns around, takes out the Monterrey player who could have stood a better chance if he took a shot.
Yeah, I mean, Cosmo is a little bit lost in space at that moment. And let's see if he can recover, put himself back in the ground. Kevin right now, double revolver. We're seeing how well this worked. The Moors doesn't even work that well. He could have used that a little bit early, give him a more opportunity to pull away from this engagement. But again, Flash has been targeted by a lot of teams. Even Cartel Sur chased on them. Stewart, though, is stepping in to somewhat a fiery battle, and hopefully he pulls away quickly. Otherwise, he will be taken down, and Stewart has been taken down, and Flash is raking up a lot of points.
Stewart's like just that friend who walks into a room not knowing exactly what's going on, and man, he got beaten. Unfortunate. The battle between Flash and Cartel Sur continues. Cartel Sur just don't have the numbers here to stay alive. The vending machine is going to give them that opportunity to fly away, though, as Nojoy finds Kevin with a P90. Cartel Sur putting up a fight, and it looks like they are farming on this squad. Cartel Sur losing their players. Enough coins to buy back. One could be earned, but unfortunately for him, Yance actually gets the elimination. Now Yance taken out as well from this equation. Fury brings back another player for the side of Cartel Sir. Back and forth we go between Flash and Cartel Sir.
Yeah, I mean, that back and forth indeed. And it's a good thing that, I heard the name No Joy. It's a good thing he's back in play. And probably the motivation out of Cardinal Sur in this fight, currently in the third in the Solara. So they need to revive their teammates. They might be able to catch up in the points, but there's a lot of contention that might be happening in this area. Gaviota, though, they lost 2. Bring themselves back up on their knees, on their feet, and it is Vipex who is currently in the knees right now because they only have one player surviving. Creepy tries to go and fight on a double revolver for both sides, and it is Cartel Sur who wins that recovery.
Oh, Mia versus GCT Arrow. Kane getting tagged up the moment the Mia players show up here. Kane with the M590 will be able to pull off the 180 Palmer of the backup as well as Nyx gets shut down. Kane runs into the time turner. Biblical finds him with the double revolver. Brian versus nobody as he annihilates Kappa. And this is the power of GCT Arrow when they wake up. Mia only with one more survivor. Question is, does GCT Arrow get to hunt him down? Joshua running for his life, but rich enough to bring the whole squad back.
That's the thing, though. I mean, it's Mia who triggered the hit list against GCT Arrow Faker, and he's the one on the run. So that turned around real quick. Now, he did pull off that binocular. Spots 2 in there and then just drives away. But unfortunate for the team. Let's see if Mia will be able to recover and put themselves back up on the board with Josh Ver quite near in waterfall for that revive.
Instant revival coming on through for Mia here. But now right above 90 Piketty Esports, who are not looking up. So God bless Mia. They're about to survive. Nope. Cosmo said nope. Mustachio, I saw him. Shoots him out of the sky with the Car 98. This is going to be a challenging one for the rest of the Mia players as they look for some way to survive. Cartel Sir, again in conversation, up against GCT Arrow at the hub this time round.
Let's see, I mean, 8 elimination from Cartel Sur makes them look like a strong team, but position as well as the numbers, they're just split up a little too thin against a full squad of GCT Arrow. And Carlos, right now, I guess a new addition to the squad, will be taken down by Palmer. And let's see on how well they can get away. But one thing's for sure, though. Cartel Sur already have a couple of players outside. And that's, we're talking about Grippy, who can go for revive. And even before No Joy has been taken out, three squads will still be alive for Cartel Sur.
Absolutely crazy. How can they get out of this little pickle? Cartel Sir needs to surge in terms of capabilities of survival through the revival, all depending on Crippy, who does it very well, bringing all 3 players right back into action. You got to appreciate William in here as well, assisting on that revival. Cartel Sir don't have the numbers enough to survive in the top 12 just yet, Neptune, but with them still in the conversation, maybe they stand a chance. Booking a date with 90 Piketty Esports at Funfair right after this for themselves.
Let's see, Blue Cheese has been eliminated already, and despite of how close they are to catching up to YLS, there might be a chance that YLS can overtake them. But there goes the takedown by Sambi, King of 90 Piketty, against one of the players of Cartel Sur. And Kevin right now tries to move away. A lot of scrappy plays, as I mentioned earlier. This is where it happened, Solara. And there's a lot of back and forth that has been happening as well in terms of elimination and revival. And I won't be surprised if the record will be broken in terms of stats right here.
Absolutely. And they need 11 eliminations plus a lot of placement points.
Whoop.
To be able to guarantee their survival, but going up against Mia is just not helping them in those numbers at all. Charge Buster. Josh Ware. Oh man, that Charge Buster sometimes just tickles the opponent. Had to take 2 shots off of that, but Fury was quick enough to recover. And this is going to give them those numbers that we were talking about. 10 eliminations is just going to allow them to equalize with Red Eagles' points. just surviving longer. Those placement points will make a world of difference for Cartel Sir here.
Let's see if they'll be able to get a few more. For Vipex, though, we thought that they're slowing down. We saw in one moment in this game wherein two of them has been knocked out, and they are revived, still stacking up points. And this is one difficult one factor that would be faced by a lot of teams, especially in those at bottom 6. Because if a giant like Vipex is still there, it would reduce their chances of getting all those points. But speaking of points, Faker needs to move away from point of Flash and probably revive the teammate. He does have the coin to do it, but not so much of space to work with.
Yeah, not a lot of space. Vending machine, he has to travel quite a little bit. But Kevin seems to be distracted by either the rest of his team members or the Celtic player, which opens up the space here now for Faker to get to that vending machine. Nobody's guarding the vending machine. And all thanks to his stealth bites off of that Morse, he gets to get to the vending machine and buy back the full squad. GCT Arrow still in action. They are very much safe in the top 12. So this is just them practicing for the grand finals tomorrow, Neptune.
Let's see though if they can do more, especially in the grand finals. But speaking of do more, that's what we asked for 90 Bukati. I think they are being done more in this fight. Emmy King as well as Dybala pulls away of their usual approach and now is getting away from contention. But I think like the risk is still there. Riptide Rhythm as well as Snipe Celtic Gaming. Or it's 90 Bukati who was eliminated as well as Celtic Gaming instantaneously.
Yeah, I mean, Celtic is in a good spot. 90 Piketty, on the other hand, they only had, 3 or 4 eliminations, which does make them go above Gold Esports as well as Red Eagle. So there is a situation here where both 90 Piketty as well as another team from the bottom 6 can survive. But the problem is teams like YLS, teams like Monterey, Cartel Sir, they are all looking for these points. And as you saw earlier on, Cartel Sir is doing fairly well in this final game, in this final opportunity, Neptune, as we move on towards this next circle. 8 squads still surviving in here.
Yeah, Cardinal Soul might be pulling off a miracle right here. McQueen going solo against YLS. Will he gun them down with a more spotted? That shadow will literally be seen, and Kenny with a Charge Buster eliminates Gavi Yoda. YLS with 8 elimination already and makes the chase for the top 12 even more difficult.
Yeah, this is insane, man. Gaviota, not a single booyah here in the knockout stage, making their way into the grand finals for sure out of that second spot. And Vipex still alive and kicking, looking for another booyah. They're already on a record streak of 3 booyahs in the knockout stage, looking for their 4th, and obviously looking like the most powerful squad in here. They need another revival off of that. The surviving squads down at the bottom we need to focus on is Monterey, YLS, as well as Cartel Sir.
Let's see if they can move up. But Flash Gaming right now, again, in a good spot already, going against GCT Arrow. But I'm loving that the trade is favoring GCT Arrow. That we didn't see that much in the early parts of this knockout stage. So, again, another surprise that is being shown to us. Vipex, though, let's see who will be going against them. Vipex is fighting against themselves. Probably has spotted GCT Arrow as well as YLS, but all they have to do is wait for the next phase to shrink and show up as well.
With 3 underdogs still alive in here, 3 big teams. GCT Arrow all of a sudden becoming a big team as well after the surge in this knockout stage. Crippy, this pickup is strong. Cartel Sir have managed to break into the top 12 through eliminations only. And through those placement points, will be able to buy themselves more opportunities, but a few extra elimination points will not hurt their chances. In fact, might just be able to bless it. Vipex, come on, man. You got to take yourselves out of the equation. You guys have too many points on the leaderboard already. Oh, GCT.
Well, GCT Arrow being taken now. I guess this is an opportunity that Vipex is giving a little bit of warm-up for Lucas High before the grand finals. Because you don't see him often, and I think he wants to bring a few more of those highlights into play. But the focus, as you did mention, I don't know, and a little bit lost. A revive is happening, and there you have it. Wason will be brought back. I don't know what the plan is, but they want to be a stronger team towards the final.
And nobody shoots Wason out of the skies just yet. Come on. There you go. Fury claiming an extra point. I mean, that's a freebie. That's a freebie from Vipex, which you got to take. But Wason drops straight here beside Urix, who pulls up a glue wall. And Wason is going to be saved. My God. Vipex actually pulled this off. Wason knocked down to the ground again. Nobody's going in for the follow-up just yet. Wireless with the 8 eliminations. Crazy down on the ground. Yolkis circling in before he gets annihilated by the damage off of the blue as well. And Wireless now at risk of being eliminated in the 5th spot.
Oh, they need a lot of points, but not so much to work with. And it is Mia Corp who takes them down. Mia Corp with 8 elimination already in a safe spot on the top 12. But we are left with 4 teams, and 2 of which is fighting for their spot into the grand finals, where we know for a fact that Cardinal Sur already put in so much of fight, so much of numbers. And if they meet up with Monterrey early into this battle, that adds more chances for Cardinal Sur to get in for tomorrow's match.
Wason just sending out the UAV to make sure he checks out the opposite side of the circle, but where he needs to focus on is Mia Corp. And now that they know that right opposite of them is safe, they don't need to watch their left. They just need to focus all of their firepower onto Mia, who pulls out a monster truck to save themselves as well. Kappa sprayed down, but the pickup is instantaneous. The Thiva acting well on the side of Mia.
I'm loving this. M249 being used to take down the glue wall. Not a lot of utilities can be wasted that they can use towards the final circle. Urix making sure that no glue wall will be standing inside of Cardinal Sur. And even the knockdown is being confirmed as quickly as that. Deadly Vipex indeed.
Oh, deadly indeed. Monterrey claims another life for themselves. Lopez XL takes out 1 from the side of Cartel Sir. And I think this is pretty much confirmed already. Cartel Sir have earned themselves a spot in the grand finals. But of course, we have to look at the overall numbers in a little bit to pull that final confirmation on that statement. Monterrey, we talked about the power down after the name change, but this is that final second survival gameplay off of the squad. Cosmo gets knocked down to the ground. Alvaro down on the ground. Monterrey needs to find somehow an opportunity to survive long enough so that Vipex picks on Mia.
This might be it. The shift of the circle might be saving Monterrey as Vipex is getting close onto Mia Corp. But the lightning zone is still becoming a trouble for everyone in here, and damage being felt even by Monterrey. But if Monterrey moves into that boulder wherein they might be in a better spot to snipe down their opponents, then that could increase the odds of them getting that booyah or probably getting second place, because Vipex is on fire and they're getting close against Mia, and the formation is broken down, but we know for a fact that this is by plan of Vipex.
Yeah, Vipex focusing on 2 squads at the same time, leaving their sniper Lopez XL to focus on Monterrey as the rest of the 3 members go in for the push onto Mia Corp. Wason now with the backstab, has got the Thompson in hand. The tags off of a Biblico is enough into the time turner, but Biblico not enough health to survive the onslaught of that SMG. Monterrey still alive and kicking. Mia Corp has moved on down already, pulling the heat of battle straight to the Monterrey players. But Vipex not worrying too much about that at all. They get 2 back-to-back players, leaving Mia with 1 final survivor, and Monterrey finally decides to join the party. Cosmo with the knock, and this looks like Lucas High gets picked right back up. Amazing recovery play off of Vipex.
Yeah, great recovery out of Vipex right now, but Wason going against 3 and leaves an open spot for Lucas High as well as Lopez XL for that snipe. It's more of a distraction being brought in by Wason, but he didn't survive that long. Brings us on a 1v3, and I think Samaz might be able to clutch this as he steps back into the fray. 1v2 situation. Samaz right now with a Winchester, but unfortunately, there goes Lucas High with that final hit, as well as a final booyah in the knockout stage by Vipex.
The back-to-back booyah by Vipex on this knockout stage. Yesterday, they started and ended the day with the booyahs. Today, they go back-to-back on the booyah to show you exactly who's the most dominant squad here in the Free Fire World Series USA Spring 2026. The only squad to score 4 booyahs in the knockout stage in such a dominant fashion. The only team to get more than 200 points on the overall table here in the knockout stage. But of course, they're not the main point of contention, although they always squeeze themselves into the conversation. The question is about who has made it into the top 12, Neptune. And we saw the survivors, Monterrey of all squads on this last game, finding the fight in them.
And that's one thing now. I mean, Monterrey getting a lot of points, Cartel Sur getting a lot of points as well. That skews the number overall on what can be our threshold when it comes to this grand final run or before they get in grand final. So I don't know. Those teams who think that they are safe might not be. That would be depending on how we calculate our the top 18, the top 12 rather, on that overall standings. But as we take a look onto the how well some of the teams like Flash, Cartel Sur has recovered, especially Monterrey in that final moment. You see the glimpse of hope that grand finals would not be a top-heavy fight. It would not be a top-heavy run at all, and we might see a score the scores go across the board against all the teams who have that we've witnessed in group stage as well as the knockout stage.
Man, this is an insane run. This is an insane league. This is why the USA region gets both of us so excited all the time, Neptune, because Monterrey Esports was not in the conversation to make top 12. They squeezed themselves into the conversation and they survived so long. They didn't have massive numbers of eliminations, but I think they have just enough to get up a little bit higher, closer to the top 12. But did they make the break in? I don't know. Cartel Sur, they had a brilliant run this time around. We had YLS, who was so close. They for sure should have made that break. So there's so many questions, but I think they got taken out a little prematurely. I don't think YLS was expecting so much of heat so early in this battle lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to call if they made it, if they got pushed down, but there's a lot of chasing that has been happening that is going into fruition of those who did manage to survive that final circle. And Cartel Sur, I do agree with you. I thought they're out.
Man.
I guess they're working similar to what Fuego did. They know their actual position. They know the points that they need to get, and they managed to pull it off.
Yeah.
I don't know how. I don't know how, and I don't know why they are delaying it. But this is just a proof that they were just playing us in the early days of knockout stage.
Dude, Cartel Sur was on the 17th spot. We have got 18 teams playing here. They were second last, trying to make a jump into the top 12, and this phenomenal survival play was so impressive. But that's why I said I was actually even more shocked by this squad. Monterrey, who was taking the fight up against Wipex, like, yeah, of course, granted, they did lose the battle towards the very end, but it was a very interesting fight between Wipex and Monterrey. They almost got it done, plus they had a massive game this time around, Neptune. They had 9 eliminations, plus the the 9 placement points off of that second spot as well. For my goodness. But of course, the highlight goes to Lucas High. Lopez Excel is now starting to get pissed. He's like, Mustachio, you talked about me. What's up? Because now they're not showing my face anymore. Everybody else shining as well. Lucas High, as he gets brought back in from the bench. This is Vipex flexing on the wall that my sub can absolutely decimate you.
Yeah, I mean, sub is not, like, this is a sub that is flying right now. 10 elimination, 8K on the damage, and we've seen the highest to be 6K. So this guy can land those hits, and we've seen this. The first time he has been introduced, he says, who the heck is this Lucas High? Vipex has a great team already. He is the ace in the pocket of Vipex right now. That ace in the hole that they can bring out if they need to get booyah, if they need to get points, and a secret weapon that is not a secret anymore. He makes the team a little bit more deadly in their minds of the opponent.
And he rocks the Skylar, and it is really a scary active skill in a active squad, because the Riptide Rhythm has been nerfed down to the ground. A double Riptide Rhythm does nothing to those glue walls quick enough to bring any big impact in these battles. But when you are shooting at those glue walls at the same time, it changes the story. And this is a squad that is very good at communication. You saw the Riptide Rhythm get kind of just putting the other squads on notice in this match, and I'm expecting to see this in the grand finals as well. Let's take a look at the overall statistics the head-to-head of this matchup. The 8-7 eliminations as Urix takes on Faker. It is not Lucas High. It's another highlighted player off of Vipex.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like more favoring one side if we put Lucas High in here. There's much of an even head-to-head right now. I'm really loving that Faker has shown up for the side of GCT Arrow, because most instances, like every sniper that we talk about in the desk, he's a game changer of the squad. He gets great position. He lands all those hits. Well, not as good as Lucas High, but probably as good as Lopez XL. And GCT Arrow has one of those phenomenal run, especially in knockout stage, and that was led by Faker. We've seen that yesterday in the tech high grounds, and Faker was just that distraction overall. But Urix, up close and personal, M249, breakdown glue wall, we don't care if we're split up. They have the weapon as well as the skill set to bring it on.
They most definitely do, man. Now we get to the overall statistics to see exactly how active this matchup was. And my lord, it was the most active game of the day with 142 knocks, 74 total rescues, 69 headshots, and all of that chaos resulted in 112 eliminations. Man, oh man, that is just absolutely ridiculous. And what's more ridiculous is more than 10% of the total damage went one way to one player.
Yeah, I mean that's ridiculous indeed. If you have one player like that into battlefield, and this is one it. Vipex is just, they've shown their presence already on the board. They've shown that they can get booyah, they can get a lot of number of points, and then they pull out Lucas High in that final moment in knockout stage. It's like, all right, your knees should be shaking towards the grand finals. You casters need to look at Vipex right now, because they might be in the closer step into EWC and even before the grand finals happened.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait for tomorrow. But we have to look at the match standings and the overall standings first. Let's check out the match standings. 38 freaking bomb here by Vipex to obliterate the top portion of our leaderboard, just to dominate it, to show everybody else, including Gaviota squad, that, hey, we can do it in a way you definitely cannot even dream of. But we have to see what Gaviota has to say about that in the grand finals tomorrow. GCT Arrow with a 20-pointer. I mean, bro, they've been sleeping on us all this while. But when GCT Arrow wants to wake up, you see the threat in the competition. Flash with the amazing consistency in the knockout stage that we did not see out of them in a flashy way during the group stage. Phenomenally surprised. Monterey, Cartel, sir. These two guys were down in the dumps in our bottom six, and they have made it all the way to the top of this board. I mean, they didn't get the booyah, no problem. Massive eliminations alongside those placement points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm really loving this overall. But speaking of overall, let's take a look at the overall standings and let's see who makes it. Monterey, Cardinal Sur breaks the line, and that leaves 90 Piketty, Gold Esports, Red Eagles, Blue Cheese, 5-star, Fisher Tiger out of contention from the grand finals.
YLS made it. Monterey with a miraculous run made it. Cartel Sir with a miraculous run made it. And our biggest worry, remember Neptune, we said 90 Piketty has done it, but they didn't do it enough, and they cannot drop the ball in the final game. I don't think they dropped the ball. They gave us their average performance. But it was Monterey Esports and Cartel Sir and also YLS with the 14 points this time around that really stepped it up. They went into Gear 6 and they annihilated all of their barriers. These are the top 12 squads that make it into the grand finals. Tomorrow is going to be chaotic. Tomorrow is the day where I want to see as many matches as possible between these squads, because we have to welcome back Champion Rush, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 8 maps were in. they can expend it all throughout. They can race to whatever points they have, but that's where the booyah really matters. And Vipex has shown us already that they can do so, but consecutive with the number of eliminations, achieving the champion rush condition is one thing that some other teams might use to pull that rug away from Vipex if it happens.
Absolutely, man. I mean, let's check out the match schedule once again. This is the recap of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Vipex just wrapped up their domination at the top of the leaderboard with a back-to-back booyah here at Kalahari and Solara. But at the very start of the day, it was 90 Piketty Esports that put up the numbers with the booyah and showed us that they had the strength to fight for the top 12 spots. What a heartbreaking moment at this point of time to look at this recap just as they got annihilated in the bottom 6. I mean, you got to appreciate the hustle from the other squads as well.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that's one thing. I mean, that's one thing that we have been calling out some other teams. Some teams didn't really hustle that much from when they were in group stages, going to knockout stage. And, like, the few points that they needed, they were thinking after that match if they could have done that better in one day, one map, or whatever. Like, that's in one engagement. And the same is happening right now in the knockout stage, wherein if they have done so much better in the early parts of knockout stage, they could have been stepping in there onto the grand final seed. But that's the tough part in this competition. As we reduce the numbers, we're seeing more motivation being taken by those who we thought was tough, and then who slowed down in knockout stage, but quickly recovered towards the end. Cartel Sur is one of those. Monterrey, though, really powered up this time. I'm really loving the storyline out of this team.
Yeah, man. I mean, 90 Piketty Esports and GOAT, they have a similar story. Both these teams did not really do their best in this knockout stage, but both these teams securing a booyah on the final day of the knockout stage, on the final opportunity available to them, showing us that they can hustle, they can get the job done when they really want to. And I totally agree with you, Neptune. A little bit of extra hustle at the start instead of the point where, you know, the heat is on their bums would have saved them the effort. But at the end of the day, only 12 teams can make it. Regardless of how we hash this, how we talk about the performance of these teams, there's always going to be the 12 that make it through, the unfortunate ones at the bottom. Fingers crossed we see them making a comeback in our summer season a little bit better, a little bit better from a good perspective, and they burn up everybody else. But this is perhaps towards the end of, the competition already, because tomorrow, the grand finals, we've completed the 17th and the 18th of April for our knockout stage. This is now done and dusted. We have eliminated the bottom 6. We have ascertained who the top 12 are. And tomorrow, they do battle at our grand finals.
And grand finals is much awaited, especially in the USA. A chance to see who gets the bigger piece of the pie as well as a ticket into EWC. Everyone's looking forward to it. Everyone has been watching, and we thank everyone who has been saying this right here. Chat, we appreciate you, but we want more of that for tomorrow. We want more fire in chat, not only from the teams, but also from our survivors out there. Once again, I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Musashi AJ. We're going to bid goodbye and good night to you. See you tomorrow on the Grand Finals.